Goodell comes running in. He's under, makes the catch. Here's the throw to the plate. It's in the air. He is out! Cameron Rupp hangs on! Oh, man, what a play! Well, it's been a heck of a weekend so far here at Citizens Bank Park. Our weekends with Schmidt, presented by Acme Markets, continue today. It's Game 3 between the Phils and the Reds, and the Phils looking for the series sweep over Cincinnati. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Ben Davis and Mike Schmidt. Boy, we're still talking about last night's final play that gave the Phillies another one-run victory. There were so many things that went into that game, guys, in that play. You know, the play at the plate, obviously, but the throw by Tyler Goodell, a former infielder, making a strike to home plate.
Yeah, it was an exciting game with a lot of things going on in that game. A fun broadcast and a fun ending, of course. Tyler Goodell in left field's out there, just kind of grazing in left field, going, please don't hit it to me. And they did. They hit a nice fly ball. David Hernandez induced a nice fly ball out there to him, and he backed up, came in, brought momentum going toward home plate, and unleashed a beautiful throw. And then... Yeah, and then the guy who has had this happen before in his world, Ben Davis, you could talk about the play by Cameron Rupp.
I don't miss those days of waking up the next morning, a little bit of a headache, but your first priority is to catch the baseball. Obviously easier said than done when you have a guy that's barreling down on you, but that's exactly what Cameron Rupp did. It was a phenomenal play. Catch the ball first and then apply the tag and hold on to that thing for dear life.
He seemed to be more upset last night about his bald spot showing up on all the video highlights and the photos. So we got a chance to catch up earlier today. Greg Murphy with Cameron Rupp.
Well, a well-deserved day off for Cameron Rupp today, but let's go back to last night. First and foremost, a little bit of lingering effects. How you feeling?
A little banged up, but it's just kind of part of it. Comes with the territory. But I think I'm going to be all right.
Take me through the moments when you see Tyler kind of gathering himself behind that baseball. What's going through your mind?
Here we go. You know he's coming. The situation is what it calls for, and I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever's coming. I know there's going to be a play. He gives me a good throw. Who knows what's going to happen? But he gave me the absolute perfect throw for everything to work, and we came out on top.
At the impact, I've seen a couple of photos where it looks like the ball was shaken loose a little bit. Was there ever a moment where you thought, oh, my God, I'm going to lose this?
My first thought when I was going back was find the ball. I've seen a couple of pictures where I'm actually looking into the glove, and whether that's what I was looking at or not, I really don't know. But that's my thought, is to get that ball in my bare hand as soon as I can. And first chance I could, I made sure I had it.
You've had a walk-off this year. Now you have what they're calling a throw-off, or I guess in your case a catch-off as a catcher. That's a pretty special moment, I guess.
Absolutely. Anytime you can end a game like that and a big play to seal a series win and a win, it doesn't get a lot better than that.
All right, heal up. We'll see you back on the field soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Murph.
Guys, back upstairs.
All right, Murph, thank you very much. Boy, what a great day. Robin Roberts would have appreciated something like that. When we return, we'll have lineups at first pitch, and then Adam Morgan against Dan Straley to wrap up this three-game series. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Get a great deal on your favorite Toyota during the Toyota Time Sales Event. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank. The next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Ready for a little day baseball. The starting 9 have taken their spot out on the playing field next to one of their favorite Philly players. It's actually kind of neat each and every time to watch them get a chance to talk to their favorite players. Cesar Hernandez signing an autograph just before the national anthem was performed. Odubel Herrera was telling the kid that was next to him where the flag was, how they're supposed to stand. Carlos Ruiz is always great with the youngsters. That youngster not only got a chance to hang with the fanatic, but he also got a chance to hang with Carlos Ruiz. And then today's starting pitcher, Adam Morgan, signing the baseball for that young lady. And I don't know if she realizes it or not, but it's pretty neat to be out on the mound before the start of a ball game. Well, they're always stragglers, always stragglers. They want to soak up as much opportunity as they can out on the diamond. It's always one of the better scenes here at Citizens Bank Park when those youngsters who are just randomly selected before the start of a ball game. Let's take a look at the Reds starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. The new Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. It'll be Holt, Suarez, and Votto, followed by Phillips, Bruce, and Duvall. Duvall's had a very good series, as you can see. And then Ivan DeJesus Jr. will start at shortstop. He'll bat 7th. Tucker Barnhart has had a tough series. He'll hit 8th. And Dan Straley will bat 9th for the Cincinnati Reds. And they'll face left-hander Adam Morgan, the 26-year-old from Marietta, Georgia. You can hear the country music blaring in the background as Adam gets himself ready for today's game. 1-0 with a 3.94 ERA. And, well, Ben, he's got to pick up right where he left off against the Atlanta Braves.
He was excellent in Atlanta, going 7 innings pitched, just 90 pitches. Take a look at the scouting report. 4-pitch pitcher. We've seen the velocity come way up. He's sitting at about 92 miles an hour. Even touched 94 in Atlanta. I'd like to see the pitches per inning maybe come down a bit.
Well, we're ready to go. The Phils are looking for the series sweep. Boys, you've both been in these situations trying to finish off a team and take 3 games or 4 games to finish off a sweep. It's not as easy as it sounds.
It's not, but the Phillies, the way they're playing, they could definitely do it.
Here's Tyler Holt to lead it off, and he takes the first pitch down low. We're underway. It's 1-0. Tyler Holt 1 for 3 in game 1 of this series. He scored a run. 1 strike, 90 miles an hour on that fastball, which, as Ben said, last time out topped off at 94 miles an hour. It's averaging just under 93, which is a huge jump from last year as he keeps getting healthier. Down low again, 2 balls and 1 strike. Both teams are going to have to deal with a gusty breeze today. It is windy here at Citizens Bank Park.
Sure is. Both blowing hard from the left field foul pole to the right field foul pole.
David Lowe will wait for that one. And 1 out. All right, Ben, we'll start with Ben and our Nissan keys to today's game. Ben, take it away.
Adam Morgan, stay aggressive. He needs to stay aggressive. He is pitching very well, and believe in that fastball, believe in what he can do and where he can locate it.
Yeah, one thing I noticed last night, guys, a lot of at-bats were given away. And by given away, I mean early in the count, bad swings, lack of concentration at-bats. I saw Cameron Rupp had a couple. Freddie had a couple with that running toward the mound bunt, and just too many giveaway at-bats last night. So let's button that up and value those at-bats more.
Yeah, I thought later in the game it seemed that way, even more so than early on, as Suarez bloops a single to right center field. So 1 out, a runner at first, and here is Joey Votto. Joey Votto 0 for 5, 2 walks, a hit batter in this series. We were discussing before the ball game that he looks a little lost right now, and you hope it continues for at least 1 more day, because this is the last time the Phillies will see the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, he's getting a little dose of a left-hander here today. We'll see if that changes things. Like you say, hope he continues to feel lost, because he can do some serious damage when he's right.
Still think they'll try and pound him inside like they have the first 2 nights.
Low, ball 1. Well, Joey Votto, despite the fact he's hitting .224, is among the all-time leaders in batting average. .308 lifetime hitter. Ed Roush is the top guy at .331. Inside 2-0.
Getting that ball on that inside corner is a little tougher for Morgan than it would be for somebody like Aaron Nola. He's throwing across home plate toward the inside corner to the left-handers, whereas Morgan is releasing under the left-handed hitter's arms. Much harder for him to get it in by his body.
Out to left field, Tyler Goodell comes sprinting in. 2 outs. Back to first goes Suarez. Well, before the ball game today, we got a chance to catch up with Darren Daulton. Darren was here representing the Darren Daulton Foundation, and he threw out today's ceremonial first pitch. He did so to Linda Dwayne. Linda was the honorary Batgirl for today's ball game, and she did a nice job grabbing that pitch from Dutch. I don't know what's more exciting for her, getting the chance to catch the first pitch or getting a hug and a kiss from Darren Daulton.
I think the latter.
Yeah.
Brendan Phillips will now be the batter.
You know, pitchers look at lineups and they look at guys in the lineup that what you might call red flag guys I want to be very careful with, and this would be one of them today. Sandwiched between 2 left-handed hitters for Adam Morgan is his right-hander Phillips.
Yeah, there's Jay Bruce, who's on deck, another one of those left-handed hitters. Phillips is 1 for 7 with an RBI and a run scored in this series. Out to left field, Goodell floats over and makes the catch. Ball actually hung up there and went a little deeper than I thought. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. Adam Morgan's through 1. We'll head to the bottom of the first here at Philly. Bank Park. The Reds went down quietly in their half of the first. Let's look at the Phillies lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. The new Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Odubel Herrera leads it off in center, then Cesar Hernandez and Maikel Franco. Ryan Howard, the first baseman, bats cleanup. Carlos Ruiz hits 5th. Freddie Galvis will bat 6th. Then in the bottom third of Goodell, Morgan, and David Lowe. And they'll face right-hander Dan Straley, the 27-year-old, who back several years ago had an excellent season with the Oakland Athletics as a starting pitcher. Picked up off waivers by the Reds on April 1st, and those are his numbers. 5 starts, first 3 games of the year he worked out of the bullpen. And Betty's another big guy, 6'3", 225 pounds.
Yeah, hard to believe, but this is his 4th team in the last 3 seasons. Throws his fastball half the amount of time, 89 to 92. Slider changing curve, but his second best pitch is that slider.
Yeah, he went from the A's to the Cubs along with Addison Russell a couple of years ago, and then from the Cubs to the Astros, and the Cubs got Dexter Fowler from the Astros. So he's been involved in some big trades.
I always look at that innings pitched, hits per innings pitched. 36 innings, 20. What was that? 24 hits,
24 hits.
That's,
yep.
That's pretty darn good.
That ball is going to drop in front of the center fielder Tyler Holt. So Odubel has now reached base safely in 34 of the last 35 games. And yesterday, Odubel was bringing the lumber, brought to you by Yellowwood, brand pressure-treated pine.
Here we get a breaking ball down and in, and just shows that strength that he has and the quick hands. It was debated, but it was still a homer. Odubel on the bench, very excited. That is your Yellowwood bringing the lumber.
I think that wind helped that base hit too. He hit that little humpback liner out there, and that wind just knocked it down.
Yep, there goes the no-hitter
for both teams. Well, let's see if Odubel gets off and running here early. He has stolen 6 bases. He's been caught 3 times. Cesar Hernandez, who doesn't necessarily wait a whole lot in the 2-hole because he loves some fastballs. He bunts toward third. It's a beauty of a bunt, bareheaded by Suarez. He throws him out. It'll go down as a sacrifice. And if it was a tad softer, that would have been a base hit.
Yeah, it would have had to been a blueprint based upon where the third baseman was playing. I mean, he still makes a good play. I always believe if you can make the third baseman barehand the ball, you got better than a 50-50 chance at a hit. Just didn't quite deaden it enough. Third baseman makes a good play. Hey, but it turns into a sacrifice, right?
Yep.
Look at that grass.
He did. He watched the ball go in his hands, made a good, strong sidearm throw to first base. Anything goes awry, that's a base hit. You know, misplay it.
Yep.
Throw in the dirt. I say it again. I said it yesterday. I'm glad he's in love with that bunt now. He's good at it.
And it's so helpful if Odubel gets on as the leadoff batter if he's batting seconds.
It almost sounds silly to say, but I think he's better bunting for a base hit and getting bunts down than he is just turning around and sacrificing.
Could be.
I've seen him do that, and he doesn't get it down all the time. It seems like when he does it for a hit, he gets it down.
Yeah, he pops it up a lot when he turns and just sacrifices. That one goes out towards second, and Brandon Phillips will throw out Maikel Franco. Over to third is Herrera. 2 outs, and Ryan Howard's coming up. Well, Maikel is having trouble against these right-handers this year. It's another at-bat where he struggled.
And ideally, I would rather Cesar Hernandez bunt for a base hit because of the way they're swinging the bats collectively as a team. You don't want to give away outs. So if you get it down for a hit, why not?
That ball is mashed deep to right. Will it stay fair? It is foul.
You are kidding. There you go with that wind, folks. You get a shot of our flags out there. That ball was plenty fair when it was hit. I mean, plenty fair. And that wind grabbed that thing. That wind again blowing hard from left field to right field. I think Ryan thinks he's got one right here, and he's giving it the old left side Carlton Fisk move there. Just foul.
He was leaning the wrong way, though. Odubel, by the way, is going to get a nice lead off third because Suarez is playing so far off the bag. Now Suarez comes back a little bit. 1 ball and 1 strike to Howard. Honestly, when that ball left the bat, it was heading toward not his picture, but maybe to the right of his picture in right field, and just kept on hooking. On the outside corner, 1-2.
You know, we get a shot of the overhead shot of their defense. I'm just saying, if you're willing to accept a ground ball at the third baseman, a ground ball back to the pitcher, maybe a ground ball at the second baseman playing out the middle, you'd think trying to hit a ground ball at shortstop would be an easy way to grab an RBI.
I think it's easier said than done, isn't it?
It must be. I guess what you're giving up is the big fly. You know,
absolutely.
You're giving up an aggressive swing at a ball you might hit out of the ballpark. I've seen him hit ground balls there.
But I don't know if he's done it on purpose or not.
A lot of people out there watching us right now are wondering, why didn't he just hit a ground ball? You're probably right, Tommy. You're probably right. I've had the opportunity to hit ground balls at the second base bag when they used to shift on me and didn't try it.
Yeah.
So who am I to talk?
Check swing. Did he go?
Oh,
yes,
he didn't
says
go.
Vic Carapazza.
Ooh.
Ryan Howard throws his bat, flips his helmet. No fine. Let's take a look as we go to break with a runner at third base. Did he go? This is what Carapaz is looking at least close. Well, that is
Wow,
awfully
back in the
close.
day, that would not have been.
Miami Marlins. It's a 3-game series beginning tomorrow night at 7:05. Tomorrow is a Hatfield Dollar Dog Night here at Citizens Bank Park. And then Wednesday wraps up with a Citizens Bank Business Person Special. And then Weather Education Day presented by NBC 10. There's going to be more than 1,000 kids here for that. And again, Phillies.com is where you can purchase tickets. Jared Eichhoff will make the start tomorrow after what he said was an excellent bullpen session the other day. Speaking of Jared Eichhoff, this is some of his memories growing up in Evansville as a former Little Leaguer. And that bat in his hand is not odd because he was an infielder for most of his childhood. Pitched just a little bit in high school and then eventually pitched in college. So we'll see him tomorrow against the Miami Marlins. Ball was popped up foul. And Franco will give it a look. By the way, 11,000. I said, well, 1,100, 11,000 kids will be here on Thursday for Weather Education Day. 11,000.
Be a quiet day at the park.
Be a great day at the park. After the game today, some kids will be on the field for Numars, run the bases. There's a liner out to right field. Going back on it is low. He reaches up. He can't get it. It's off the scoreboard. And Bruce will get to second base with a double.
Yeah, there's a blows all right. He hit the chain link fence pretty hard out there, but you see a nice humpback liner to right field. There's a wind-aided ball. I think this ball's caught on a normal day, but that wind blew it all the way to the fence.
He went crashing into that fence.
Yes, he did. Almost a face first job too.
Yeah.
Credit Odubel for backing that play up, keeping him on second base.
So runner in scoring position for the Reds, and Adam Duvall will be the batter. 7th double of the year for Bruce, who had been struggling the last 17 games. He was hitting a .186. It's a Reds team that's been better with runners in scoring position. We haven't really noticed it in this series But over the last 2 weeks, they're hitting close to 380 with runners in scoring position, which is tops in all of Major League Baseball. Out of play, and it's 0-1. And Duvall has been one of those reasons why they've been hot. 4 for 7 with 3 doubles in this series.
Had a couple doubles last night.
They kind of looked exactly the same, too.
They did.
They hit them.
Watching that wind out there, it's making it, trying to make a move to straight away.
Yeah, this feels like an October afternoon, the way the chill is in the air. Inside, 2-1. Current conditions here in South Philadelphia. The wind is at 22 miles an hour. Over to third. It's a fair ball down the left field line. And going to second base will be Duvall. Scoring is Bruce. Back-to-back extra base hits, and it's 1-0 Cincinnati, which isn't an oddity because the Reds have taken the lead in all 3 games now.
I'm just impressed. 5 for 5 is Duvall with runners in scoring positions last 5 opportunities. That's
He's wearing out that third base
he
line
is
too.
identical to last night.
This is not reviewable, and the umpires are going to meet up the third base line. Vic Carapazza called it a double, and it looks like they conferred. And
so who would overturn that call?
the only one I would think would be the home plate umpire.
Right, and he could not have had a good angle on it himself, being behind the catcher.
We had one of those a couple weeks ago where it was very difficult to tell whether the ball went over the bag. It benefited the Phillies. That looked like it was a very similar play. Here's Ivan De Jesus Jr., who has not played in this series. He shows bunt, takes low, 1 ball, no strikes. De Jesus hitting 167. John Hirschbeck is behind the plate. Ramon De Jesus is at first. DJ Rayburn at second. And there's Vic Carapazza around at third. He was the home plate umpire in last night's ball game. Well, he's missing just a little low here this afternoon. And now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Off speed pitch.
Very important to minimize the damage in this inning. A little like Aaron Nola last night was faced in the early going.
Oh, there's a base hit to right field. Duvall will hold up at third. It's kicked by Goodell. And everybody will stay in their spots. It'll be first and third with nobody out. So 3 straight hits now for the Reds.
And they've all been hit hard.
And Tucker Barnhart, switch hitting catcher, will come up hitting right-handed against the lefty Adam Morgan. Well, they're going to set up to turn 2 here, so they'll concede another run to try to get some outs.
Yeah, every ball seems like it's squared up to left field by these right-handed hitters. Of course, Jay Bruce doubled to right field, but it means the ball's in the middle of the plate a lot.
Yep.
Just a bit outside, 1 ball, no strikes. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Orioles lead the Tigers 3-1. Jonathan Scope, who's had a couple home runs in that series, has helped the Orioles to a 3-1 lead. Baltimore 23-12, sitting atop the American League East.
Big old backdoor slider.
Yeah, just backed up on him.
Orioles a game up over the Boston Red Sox, 5.5 over the Blue Jays.
And Jackie Bradley Jr. 22-game hit streak now, right?
He has been remarkably good. That ball is smoked foul. And 1 ball and 2 strikes. He's been remarkably good for the Red Sox, batting 9th.
Yeah, and he was a guy that they had to call up a couple years ago because of injuries, and they said he's ready. Was he ready to go? Well, we heard about all the promise. Now it's coming to fruition. He's been lights out this year.
He had a great spring a couple of years ago, and it didn't translate into success in the big leagues. Sometimes it takes guys a little longer.
Is that throw over coming from the dugout?
Yes. You get another one right here.
Ball outside, 2-2.
Yeah, I don't like to see the attention taken away from the hitter like that. I mean, I don't see a lead over there that scares me. I don't know that we got a big base stealer over there. It's not a hit and run situation. Let's punch this guy out and get a double play.
I like that plan. Over to third. That'll sneak into left field, a base hit. Another run will score. So it's 2-0 Cincinnati, and still nobody out. That's 4 straight hits given up by Adam. And the pitcher, Dan Straley, will come up, and he's got an opportunity to sacrifice 2 runners into scoring position. It's already 5 hits, and Bob McClure heading out to the mound. This is an early visit for Bob, who doesn't generally come out this early in games.
Well, it's warranted because something's not working out there today for Adam. Falling behind him.
A 1-2 count here. Try and get that fastball in, and it was just elevated more towards the middle.
Well, if you're going to be in the middle of the plate, you got to be in the mid-90s.
Or down. You got to be down in the zone.
I think the biggest thing, I don't know if you guys agree with this or not, he's thrown 18 pitches in this inning without an out. He's just fallen behind too much.
Yes, he has.
Well, they're giving him an awful long time out there to chat.
I think they forgot about the time clock.
I think they did.
John Hirschbeck didn't even attempt to walk out there. He said, you know what, I'm not walking. This 60 feet 6 inches, that's way too far on a Sunday.
Adam has thrown a first pitch strike to 4 of the 8 hitters. Their pitch is low, so 4 of the 9 hitters, and twice in this inning.
Well, now we're going to add another move to our repertoire, the turn the back Louis Tion move on the hitter to the pitcher, when we should be letting him bunt it and fielding the third base side.
He does bunt in front of the plate. Ruiz has it. He'll throw to third for 1, and the toss to first not in time.
Oh, man. Pull him off the bag. We will see on replay.
Putout goes 2-5 at third. Michael took a little extra beat over at third base, and that may have cost him.
Can you analyze that footwork right there for me, being a third baseman?
The third baseman's footwork?
Yeah.
Let's check it out here. All right, here we go. We got a nice throw. Boom, boom. Crow hop. I don't see a footwork issue there.
Yeah.
Help me.
No, I was asking you. I think you analyze it just because, like, if should he have done anything differently? I don't see anything differently.
I don't know. Geez, it looked to me like he was out.
The Phillies do not look to review it, and it's outside 1-0. Yeah, maybe it just seemed like it took a long time for the throw to get from third to first, but he did everything right.
I mean, I'm just looking at the footwork there, and I didn't see anything.
Wow, no, he beat it. To your point, I think maybe you're talking about we might have been a little more urgent with the throw.
Yeah. I don't think he was expecting Straley to get down the line that quickly. Neither was I.
I wasn't either. But as you mentioned last night, Ben, pitchers are athletes.
Yeah.
2 balls and no strikes to Holt. And low, ball 3, 3-0. Adam trying to find himself here. It's got Suarez waiting on deck. Try to keep this at a 2-run deficit. That's a good spot on that fastball. Ground ball back toward the middle. Cesar has it, flips to Freddie for 1. In time for the double play. 4-6-3. Boy, that came at the right time. 2 runs scored for the Reds. They do leave a base runner. And these guys are so comfortable with each other, even with the second base umpire, DJ Rayburn, getting into the eyesight of Cesar Hernandez. About the play last night that ended the ball game, where Cameron Rupp was able to stand his ground as Eugenio Suarez was coming driving through. Carlos Ruiz was probably going to start today anyway, but Cameron gets today off after being checked out. Murph, you had a chance to talk to him, and obviously he said he's a little sore, but he looked okay, and he sounded okay.
He certainly sounded okay. In fact, I think emotionally he's still riding the high of last night's game-ending play. But physically, as you mentioned, Tom, a little bit banged up. You see his ankle is wrapped today. He was walking with a little bit of a limp. I said to him, "Are you concerned at all about this lingering a little bit?" He said, "Not really." He was going to go see the doc today. They were going to check him out and make sure he was 100%. He said that while he was walking around on it today, it was beginning to loosen up. It felt better 2 hours after he woke up than it did when he was awoken this morning. So all in all, he thinks he's going to be just fine. So we'll call it day to day as he gets ready and try to get back out on the field. He did go through some concussion protocol last night and this morning as well. And he said, everybody thought it was my head last night. He said, but really it was my knee and my ankle that was causing me the discomfort when he was trying to get off the field last night. So really good news for Cameron. He didn't have any kind of head issues, and it doesn't look like the lower body injuries are going to be much of a concern, guys.
Carlos Ruiz's bat goes flying into the stands, and fortunately went just over the head of a youngster. And it seems like everybody's okay as it lands in the lap of a gentleman. Yep, they're okay. And they got it. Oh, now they're not.
Never liked those Clemson Tigers anyway.
Yeah, Murph, what's up with this guy wearing a Clemson Tiger hat?
Yeah, I don't like that. USC all the way.
1-2 pitch to Ruiz. Carlos takes inside 2-2.
Now,
his ankle rolled right there.
yo, you just take me to the hospital. Washington Nationals Park, do they not have the screen all the way down the length
Yes,
of the
they
dugout?
do. Yeah, it's the only place that we've been where they've put the net all the way down.
In other words, it would go all the way down to the end of our dugout.
Correct.
Yes.
It would do so on an angle down, but it still would cover.
It would have protected the fans from that flying bat,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, that's the only place we've been to where they've done that. Carlos has struck out, second strikeout for Straley.
You think we'll see that?
I do.
Next few years everywhere.
I hope we see it.
Yeah.
Well, we're not fans, and we don't sit down there, so anxious to see what effect it might have on season ticket sales or those seat sales.
Yeah. When my wife used to come to games, if she ever got tickets when she brought the kids, I said, do not ever
take your eyes off of the batter.
Or I said, just go behind home plate. Get behind that net. You just can't protect yourself. Those balls come flying in there.
You know, in spring training, finally this year, they put that screen in front of the coaches sitting over by the dugout, which made so much sense. I can't believe I sat there so many years with those guys waiting on a check swing, thinking I might get my hand up in time.
I know walking behind that netting in D.C. just to look at it, it didn't look like it was anything that would bother a fan from seeing through. It actually looked like you got used to it pretty quickly. 3 balls and 1 strike to Freddie Galvis. Galvis hitting in 4 consecutive games. And he lines that one to right field. Jay Bruce will cut it off, and Freddie will have to hold up at first. So a 1-out single, second hit of the afternoon for the Phillies. Freddie Galvis played Little League Baseball for his dad and got a chance to play against his buddy Cesar Hernandez. There's Freddie, who was playing a little second base at that age. He and Cesar were middle infielders in neighboring towns in Venezuela, so they got a chance to square off against each other since they were 8 or 9 years old.
Tell you what, Freddie got a hold of that line drive to right field. That was one of the best swings and best contacted balls I've seen him have in a long time.
What I liked about it is the fact that the ball was up, but his upper body didn't come up. He went at it with his hands and squared that ball up. Hard hit ball to right.
Nice.
That's how his upper body stays on plane. It doesn't pop up. He goes at it with his hands. He doesn't go at it with his upper body.
Well, he's hit it 5 straight now. That is 4 for 7 in this series. Straley, by the way, has faced 7 batters. He's thrown a first pitch strike to all 7. Goodell fouls it up toward the upper deck. To right field, Jay Bruce. Ooh, the wind has got a hold of it. Bruce going back toward the wall, and it's over his head. Galvis has to hustle to second, and he gets there.
Can't wait to see this scoring.
When you're hot, you're hot. That's a knock.
You think?
Yeah, it's a hit.
We'll see. That is a flat out.
Well, we told you the wind was strong today.
No, you're right. That has to be a double. Wind-blown double. That's like a ball getting in the sun. I mean, he didn't even touch it.
No.
It'd be different if he was camped under it.
Yeah, Freddie was already back at first, so that's why he had to bust it to get to second base.
Wow.
So it'll be a wind-blown single for Tyler Goodell.
Make it hurt.
Here's Adam Morgan, and he squares and bunts it toward third. It's foul. And it's no balls and 1 strike.
Tyler Goodell. Got a little karma going here now.
It's his fourth hit and his 7 at-bats in this series.
I swore I wouldn't say that word again today.
Karma?
Yeah.
You said it confidently last night, though.
Well,
During
that was
rep.
last. I mean, I don't want to wear it out.
I think it holds true in the game of baseball more so than anything in life. Karma.
More than golf.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't felt any karma with golf. Ball's butted foul, and it's 0-2.
You know what? An 0-2 pitch to Goodell outside corner. If he swings and misses, there's no karma.
Put it in play.
All right, no more karma.
Adam 0 for 6 so far. And he grounds that one. Flagged down by Votto. He'll get 1 at second. They will not get Adam Morgan at first.
That's an excellent play by Joey Votto. Excellent. I can't believe it was that close at first base on the return throw. He just gets rid of it so quickly. He knows exactly where he needs to be. Boom, rid of it.
Yeah, that was a very nice play. Confident, calm, relaxed. He did turn almost like a middle infielder to the second baseman, or to the shortstop covering second.
Second time today the Phillies have had a base runner over at third. David Lowe batting 9th is the hitter. Lowe 11 for 46 this season. Hitting .239 with no homers and 3 RBIs. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Howard Burrows of North Wildwood. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Then Howard will win $100.
Good luck, Howard.
What do you think about not holding this runner on at first base?
Especially with a lefty up.
Especially
Oh,
since
we'll
it's a
take
pitcher.
it. We want him to hold him on, but I'm just
Yeah.
wondering if you played back, cover more ground with the left-handed hitter. I still don't think there's any way Adam Morgan runs.
I don't think so either.
No.
Goodell in the hole, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And he chops it over to first, and that'll do it for the Phillies here in the second. No runs, 2 hits. They leave 2. We've played our first 2 innings. We'll head to the third. It's the Reds 2 and the Phillies nothing. On Phillies.com, go to the fans section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, guys, who are the 4 Reds that won Gold Gloves in each season? In each season, from 74 to 77. Part of the Big Red Machine. Answer will be revealed in just a little bit. Ben will have to refer to his history books on that one, Mike.
I'm trying to think of the 4th.
Yeah, I think the fourth is going to be the hardest one. Although actually Mike has it written down. He has the 4th one written down. He has 3 of the 4, but the one I thought was going to be the toughest he has written down already. Here's Suarez, who singled his first time up. He's 1 for 1. No balls and 1 strike. Suarez is 3 for 9. In this series.
He has 1 written down that I would have never guessed.
I think it's the one that I thought you guys would have the hardest time with.
I have 5 written down.
Only allowed 4.
1-2 pitch to Suarez. Into the Reds dugout. And the count holds 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cincinnati finds itself in the basement of the National League Central, 13.5 games out behind the Chicago Cubs. And through the hole on the left side again. And Suarez is 2 for 2. That's 6 hits already for Cincinnati. Tyler Gerdell had a little trouble with it out in left field. Well, the Phillies have some good games coming up on the weekend, and some good giveaways as well, including the AT&T Maikel Franco bobble figurine, which is free to all fans on Saturday, June 18th at 3:05 when they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Plus, there's a couple fireworks shows coming up on the 1st and 2nd of July against the Kansas City Royals. You can check out the entire promotional schedule and the upcoming schedule by going to Phillies.com. No balls and 1 strike to Votto. So he's set up to try to turn 2. Close pitch, 1 ball and 1 strike.
You know, I'll tell you, but Votto does have a lot of qualities that you gotta like about a hitter. You know, his start is definitely not Joey Votto like, although he is a notoriously slow starter, but it's getting, you know, we're getting close to June now. But he doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes. He's tough to strike out. He gets choked up on that bat, spreads out. He gets in there close to home plate. There's a lot of really good things. Just why he's had some great years for sure. Speaking of on-base percentage, too, I mean, if you want to go somewhere with him, on-base percentage is off the charts.
422, the leader in Major League Baseball among active players. 422.
But you know, many people, his critics would say he's not aggressive enough. He doesn't look to drive the ball in a gap enough. He takes a lot of 3-1 pitches, takes a lot of hittable 2-0 pitches. You know, he just. I don't mean to disrespect Wade Boggs or say anything disrespectful about either one of them, but he is a similar hitter to Wade Boggs.
You're right, though, about that criticism. People would like him to be more of an RBI guy. Swing and a miss. They strike him out. And there's the first out and the first strikeout for Adam Morgan.
This is just not a pitch you think you're going to get away with, but you somehow do. And when you're struggling as a hitter, you get that good pitch. He missed that ball by 6 to 8 inches.
He walks off of home plate, the home plate area, like with this wonderment on his face, like, how did I miss that?
Yeah.
Well, all he's got to do is go look at the replay.
Yeah.
Huh?
How did he miss
From
it?
Little League on up, you take your head off the ball that much,
His shoulders flying toward
everything's
right field.
moving.
He swung. He missed the ball by 8 inches, and he feels like he was timing it up perfectly.
But you would have to agree that was a ball he should have hit off the Liberty Bell. Look at that. I mean, that is drastic. But look at his front shoulder. I mean, it's gone.
Ben, go
He's
to work
recoiling.
on that go to work on that telestrator.
He's recoiling. He's moving back.
This could be a double play ball. Galvis to Hernandez, and it is a double play. Second one of the game for Adam Morgan. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left on to the bottom of the third in a 2-run game. Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com and buy WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy rights. Well, totally different day today compared to yesterday here in the Delaware Valley. A little cooler, a little breezier. What a nice day to be at the ballpark. The Phils and the Reds finishing up this 3-game series. And it'll be Odubel Herrera, Cesar Hernandez, and Maikel Franco who will lead it off for the Phillies. Odubel singled his last time up. So with that single, he is now 5th in the league in hitting. He came into today's game 6th. The leader is Daniel Murphy, who's hitting well over 400 for the Washington Nationals. Not well over. He's hitting over 400 for the Washington Nationals.
As a leadoff hitter, I know he likes to be aggressive, but he's been swinging at pitches like this a lot in the last 2 days. I like to see him. I'd like to see him see a few more pitches in that situation. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'd like to see him take that pitch, maybe get ball 2 called. The opportunity to run the pitch count up, and more of a traditional leadoff hitter's attitude.
Well, he's 1 walk away from matching his total from last year, but most of that was done in the month of April. And the Phillies' success recently has been because he's in the leadoff spot, but he has been way more aggressive as the leadoff hitter. No balls and 1 strike to Cesar Hernandez. He sacked his first time up. Cesar has 12 hits here in the month of May. 13. He has 13 if this is fair. Nope, foul ball.
Boy, it looked fair when it left the bat.
It did. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, we mentioned that Daniel Murphy is over 400. He's not playing today. Miami leads Washington 2-zip. That game is in the top of the 4th inning. Stephen Drew, an error on a pop-up, allowed the 2 runs to score. The Phillies are a game out behind the Washington Nationals in the National League East, a half game ahead of the Mets. And Cesar strikes out. 3rd strikeout for Strelly. And there are 2 outs. Follow the Phillies all season long with the MLB.com @bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Maikel Franco whacks the first pitch foul off the net behind home plate, scaring the heck out of the folks in the first row. Look out. Duck, everybody.
Incoming.
The one guy put his hand up as if, yeah, I was going to catch it. Up the third base line, Suarez charges, bare hands, throws, and right on by Joey Votto. And Franco getting to second base.
Yeah, those are those base hits you love, hitting an error.
I think it'll be scored that way. But I think Suarez had the ball in plenty enough time.
Oh, no doubt.
Gets the ball and looks up, and I mean, Franco's not even close to the bag yet. So he'll go down as hitting an error. And Maikel will be very happy for it.
Error all the way.
Error all the way.
Yeah. Pulled off another ball and hit a chopper to third. I mean, I don't know how they can't. He bare hands the ball. He must hurry his throw. I mean, was it a double error?
I think it's just scored a straight error. 1 error all the way.
2-base error.
2-base error, yep. Ryan Howard is now the hitter. Howard takes high, 1 ball, no strikes. Suarez, I don't think he realized that he had time to get it, even with the glove, and then switch and go. It's his 7th error of the season.
He should have. I mean, he's a major league third baseman.
Yep.
You need to have a sense for whether to use your glove or your bare hand.
You think I can write that in pen?
I think he can. Yeah.
Okay.
Now you may have to change it 5 days from now, but at least for today, I think it's going to stay in pen. 3 balls and no strikes to Howard.
Boy, this is definitely a pitch around here. An unintentional intentional.
It does look that way. Maybe that swing earlier that went foul scared him a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he throws this one right down the middle on 3-0. Back up, little backdoor slider. Worst thing he can do. Now he thinks he might be able to get him out. Well, you know, I'm just saying.
I'm with you.
Makes him at least pitch to him.
Change up there.
Change up high.
Boy, was that a crushable location, but it was a change up on a definite fastball count. Like a little Tug McGraw fastball, right?
Yeah.
There's ball 4, so the Phillies have 2 runners on. By the way, when I said change up high, I didn't mean change up high that it was a ball. I meant high that it was
good one to hit.
Yeah. Here's Carlos with runners on first and second and 2 men down. Ruiz struck out his first time up. It's been a good year for Carlos.
Carlos is a great hitter at making adjustments and remembering the previous at bat. Remember, he started him off with a slider strike last at bat. There it is. That was in a much better location than the one he started him off with the first at bat. Was right down the middle.
And then he got him to fish after 1 with 2 strikes. 0-1 to Carlos. Now no balls and 2 strikes. Carlos looked back at the home plate umpire, John Hirschbeck, the veteran.
It's been a liberal zone today. There was a pitch to David Lowe last inning, 1-0, which I thought was well off the plate. We called a strike. Again, as long as you're consistent with it, I don't have a problem.
Now you got a guard that we were talking last night with the guard against certain at-bats. I mean, I would think Carlos has got to fight that slider now a couple of pitches. It's a good block right there. 2-run block.
Franco at second base, Howard at first. Phillies down by 2. And time was called, and Carlos was granted time. I think he had something in his eye.
That's where you keep rubbing your eye in case you were just faking, you know. Yeah, do I have something in my eye?
Reds have used 9 different starting pitchers this year, including Straley, who back in 13 with Oakland was 10-8 with an ERA of 3.96 in 27 starts. It's even 2-2 to Ruiz, and Carlos floats it out to left field. Waiting for it is Duvall. He's under it, and he makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs, no hits. There was 1 Reds error. Phillies have left a couple here in the 3rd. They've left 5 overall. We'll head to the 4th. Swingline's huge selection of laminators and shredders. Whether you're preserving your best work or safely destroying your most confidential documents, Swingline and W.B. Mason deliver a cut above the rest. Who but W.B. Mason? Perfect day. Come to the ballpark, maybe get yourself a cheesesteak, or in Ben's case, 6.
Hey,
we know you. All right, 3.
just really good at it.
With really good metabolism. Jay Bruce will lead it off. Bruce doubled his last time up and scored a run. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Adam Morgan trying to keep this rhythm going. He's had 2 double play balls that have helped him out in today's game. One that finished up the 3rd, one that finished up the 2-run 2nd. 0-2.
Jay Bruce, a hard player to figure out for me. I think he's got a great eye as a hitter. Doesn't, you know, he's not a real off-balance swinger. Never seems to hit for a very high batting average. He plays every day. He's very durable, right?
Yes. Got a good arm out.
Good
right
outfielder.
field.
Very good outfielder.
He'd be a better hitter than he is?
I would. And I think he shows signs of it. But you're right, from a consistency standpoint, 247 lifetime hitter with 214 home runs. He's one of those guys that he probably won't be with the Reds much longer. He'll probably be dealt by the All-Star break. But he is he's shown signs during the course of his career with 214 home runs. He's 7th all time for the Reds. Next up for him is to catch George Foster. Johnny Bench, of course, is number 1. Off the hands, out of play, down the left field line. And ball 4. So he was ahead and then lost him. A leadoff walk. Time now for our timeless moment, brought to you by Coors Banquets. And our timeless moment today, Bob Dernier hit a 3-run game-winning inside the park home run in the bottom of the 12th to defeat the Giants 3-2 at Veterans Stadium, and the dust was flying that day when Bob scored.
I remember him diving across home plate.
Oh yeah, it's a great picture. Not that it was as dramatic, but Ryan Zimmerman has hit a inside the park home run today for the Washington Nationals. Extra innings. Could you imagine that there are this many in Phillies history? Extra inning inside the park home runs.
When you have a franchise that's been around for 100+ years.
Fly ball down the right field line. David Lowe will give it a peek, but the wind's going to blow it into the crowd. And it's 0-1.
Did you ever have one, Mike?
Oh yeah. 2 that I remember, and in one game at the Vet one Sunday afternoon, I almost had 2 in one game. I got thrown out at the plate. 2 long high flies left center field, hit the top of the wall, bounced up real high, back over the, rolling back toward the infield. One I rounded the bases standing up, and the other one got thrown out at home plate.
Must have been exhausted after that game.
Using the turf to your advantage.
Well, that happened a lot at the Vet. With the high wall.
Yes.
and the springy warning track.
And then the turf.
Yeah.
Duvall doubled his last time up. Drove in a run. Hits that one out to left center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Goodell will get to it. Bruce is on his way to third and will get there easily. So that'll put runners on first and third with nobody out.
Roy Hobbs.
Yeah, he is now 6 for 9 in this series.
I did notice that Michael was a bit closer to the line that at bat.
Therefore, he hit it over short.
And the Phillies will again set up for 2. And Ivan De Jesus Jr. whose dad played for the Phils. De Jesus singled his last time up.
Who was in that Ivan De Jesus trade?
Well, it was your buddy Larry. Well, you know that. What am I? Your buddy Larry.
And who else? Wasn't another?
There was a throw-in in the deal. Ryan Sandberg was a throw-in in the deal. 1 ball and no strikes. It'd be strange to see Larry exiting Philadelphia, not wearing a Phillies uniform anymore.
Guys, you can see now how it feels when pitchers are struggling. This is not kind of game that our pitchers have been having. not in control of the strike zone. Commands off. Crowd sort of subdued. A lot of base runners. Infielders are kind of on their heels. Right.
Yeah, and he's missing. It's not in one spot that he's missing. He's missing, toward the outer edge, like there with that cutter. Fastballs he's missing down in a lot of ways. Fly ball, shallow center. Odubel didn't see it right away. He comes running in, tagging from third is Bruce. He'll draw the throw, and it's cut off by Ryan Howard. 1 out. Well, the way today is going, that's a huge out because he's gotten double play balls the last 2 innings.
Yeah, that's a start without a doubt. And his best friend, the double play, is still available.
He breaks back on this ball, 2 steps back, and then had to come flying in. It's just playing havoc on these outfielders today, that wind.
Barnhart singled his first time up. His single went through the hole on the left side. Throws him a curveball. That one drops in.
Even if you can't turn 2 here, find a way just to keep Bruce at third base. Have the pitcher coming up next. If you get somehow Barnhart to pop up somewhere.
They've got the runner going. And Howard's throw to second is not in time. Second base umpire DJ Rayburn was right on it. He called him safe. Well, they'll have a chance to review this one. Larry will go to the phone and they'll take a look at it underneath. Right now it's a stolen base. And let's take a look. And he is
safe.
That was close.
That is really close. Take another look.
All right, let me ask you a question. Freddie takes a throw up in front of the bag.
Takes it up in front or
he did.
Yeah, if he takes it in the back.
He straddles the bag and lets the ball come all the way. Actually, the throw might have dropped right in front of his foot.
And I think you're right. I do. I think you're right. If he had taken it back. But now the angle that Howard was throwing, I don't know if he could have gotten to that spot. That was awfully close at second base. It looked like his foot got in.
All right, now watch Freddie. Watch the throw. See, he reaches up front. The throw was a little to the infield side.
I think that's it. Yeah, I think that might be it, Mike, is that the throw was on the infield side. I still think they had a chance to get Duvall. I was surprised that he was able to get there. So the bases are now loaded on the intentional walk, and Straley will bat.
You can always watch shortstops. There is always a tendency for shortstops to not straddle the bag. And there's always a tendency for second basemen to straddle the bag because they're coming around to the bag and they step across it and straddle it. Shortstops are running right toward the runner, so their natural tendency is to kind of move a little bit off to the side or take the throw in a non-straddling position. And on steals, you'll see Freddie, you'll see most shortstops. Jimmy Rollins was the king of this thing. You know, standing on the home plate side of second base and taking the throws rather than letting the throw come all the way. You can't like that as a catcher.
No.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's what we were talking about last night. The throw, the ball will get there faster.
It will. No matter what you do, you cannot outrun the baseball.
Well, he's fallen behind 2 balls and no strikes to Straley with the bases loaded. The Phillies set up to try to turn 2. Inside 3-0. Carlos held it there for a moment. Well, you think Straley's going to wind up taking a couple pitches here. The leadoff batter Tyler Holt is on deck. Well, those pitches are really close, but he walks in a run. 3rd walk of the inning, and it's 3-0 Cincinnati. It's inside.
It's inside.
Yep. Bob McClure is going to go out to talk to Adam Morgan. So he walks the opposing pitcher with the bases loaded. It's 3-0, and now the top of the order is coming up. So if that pitch was inside, the previous pitch, which looked like it was in the exact spot, was inside. And now Tyler Holt, who is 0 for 2, his Oberholzer starts to warm up in the pen. Tyler Holt is coming on to bat with the bases loaded. Hirschbach now will head out to the mound as they break up the conversation.
He's just not sharp today.
And
it does happen. I don't want to make excuses, but I bet you this weather has a lot to do with it. I did interview Adam down in Atlanta after his start. He said, "Boy, doesn't this heat feel good?" You know, he's from the South. He likes it a little bit warmer.
Well, Holt takes a strike. Still, though, if he can get a double play ball here,
yeah,
he's down by just 3. They certainly have had base runners against Straley.
See, the first pitch breaking ball, curveball, very good. That one just backs up on him. Just don't think he has a feel for it today.
'27 pitch inning for Adam Morgan. He may have swung at ball 3. The ball came bearing down inside, and it's even now 2-2. Up the third base line, it hit his foot. And a foul ball. He kept on running, though. That's where I was concerned, because there was nothing called originally.
He didn't jump right out of the way right away. He kind of definitely went off his foot.
Sure did.
It took a second for it to realize how much it hurt. Ow.
I got a big old deformed toe right now because of one of those bad boys.
I can only imagine. Ooh, ball was scorched into the crowd. The popcorn vendor almost caught it in his popcorn bucket.
You gotta be careful down there.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Stays alive again and fouls it off to the right.
It's the level when we play the Cardinals and Mark McGwire would come up to hit. The third base coach, look where Hatcher is now. The third base coach would be down where the ball girl is.
Right.
There was no one on. Because Big Mac used to hit those line drives down there, and they just couldn't get out of the way of them.
Yeah, Billy Hatcher's banking on just modern luck right now, facing the infielders.
Yeah.
Over to first base, scooped up by Howard, goes to second for 1, and that's all they'll get. A run will score. And it's now 4-0. I don't know if Adam didn't get over to cover in time. There was a hesitation by Ryan Howard, but the putout goes 3-6 at second base. And it's a fielder's choice and an RBI.
It was a nice pick by Ryan. I don't know what the hesitation was. He's so used to going to first base with these plays. You'd have thought, boom, well, it would have been close to first anyway.
Holt was moving up the first base line. There was a little hesitation by Adam, but that, I think, was more the speed of the batter. 0-1 to Suarez.
But still, his first move was over to Ryan's right, like he was going to go back to first base with it. The ball's taking him towards second base. Get it, get rid of it.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Curveball that just floated there.
Just not finishing pitches. It doesn't have that good finish on it.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those days. This is most likely his final inning. He's due to bat third in the bottom of the 4th.
This must not have any zip on anything. No tight spin on the breaking ball because there's not many swings and misses. You know what I mean? Not much chasing.
Rudder goes from first, and the pitch is lifted foul off to the right. And he will do it again. The count remains 2-2. Suarez is already 2 for 2. He singled to right his first time up and singled to left his second time to the plate.
There's just been a ton of base runners. 12 base runners in this game with 3 2/3 for the Reds.
Yes, 7 hits. Few walks. And it's 3-2. So Holt will be off and running on this pitch from first. Now, if he loses him, that may be it for him. Runner goes. Ball is golfed out to center field. It's well hit. Herrera's going back to the wall. It is gone. Into the bushes. A 3-run home run. It's 7-0 Cincinnati. And Eugenio Suarez is 3 for 3 this afternoon. And that's going to be it for Adam Morgan. 7th home run of the year for Suarez.
The ball was tagged.
It sure was.
You thought maybe the wind was going to hold it up, but I think it actually helped it. It's a wind coming out of the left, out of the third base dugout. I think it pushed it a little bit out there, but it was hit well. Rough day for Adam Morgan.
Yeah, Adam, who pitched so well against the Braves, did not have it here today. 7-0 Cincinnati. And we've got a pitching change.
3:05 versus the Braves is Fanatic Children's Book. Comcast, be a fanatic about reading day. Fanatic Children's Book, free to fans 14 and under on Saturday, May 21st at 3:05. Braves weekend runs on May 20th through the 22nd. Order your tickets now at Phillies.com.
Nice job, Ben.
Thanks.
Brett Overholtzer's the new pitcher, and Joey Votto hits it foul up the first base line. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. The final lineup: Morgan is 3 2/3, 8 hits and 7 earned runs. Overholtzer's ERA is at 7.64, but he has been better his last 2 outings for the Phils. Votto is 0 for 2 today. He is 0 for 3, and he has struck out for the 2nd time, and the side is retired. But the Reds score 5 runs in the inning. The big blow, a 3-run home run by Eugenio Suarez. Well, on to the bottom of the 4th at 7-0 Cincinnati. By Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com to find your RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go Phils. We move to the bottom of the 4th inning. The Phillies down 7-0. Well, they've won all kinds of ways this year, so maybe they can add a big comeback to their ways. Facing Dan Straley, who has left 5 so far, and he delivers a low strike, and it's 0-1. Freddie Galvis singled his first time up. It'll be Galvis, Goodell, and Oberholzer as we start the bottom of the 4th inning. Two balls and 1 strike to Galvis.
Talking about what Mike said earlier about the swings and misses. You know, Adam just didn't have it. He threw 86 pitches today, just 3 swings and misses by the Reds.
Whereas you go back to the Braves, and the Braves are a different team, but
you have
there were a lot of swings and misses.
It's different games.
Suarez, big day today, 3 for 3, including a 3-run home run. Freddie hits it down the left field line and out of play, and it remains 2-2.
From a Phillies hitter standpoint now, sure, you want to, you know, get a couple of base hits and a blast and maybe get back in touch with the Reds. But it's a, you know, it's a game where now you have a chance. You're going to get a lot of balls to hit because the opposing pitcher's not pitching with a lot of pressure on him, and he wants to challenge hitters.
So it goes back to what you were saying before the game. Don't give up at bats here.
Well, right, but I mean, you're going to get a chance now to, how do I say this, hit without a great deal of pressure.
Yeah.
Get a chance to get some knocks. Swing early in the count if you want.
Freddie strikes out, and that's the 4th strikeout for Straley. Tyler Adell is coming up.
Very awkward 3-2 swing there by Freddie.
Yeah, it's almost as if he thought something else was coming instead of that pitch outside.
Yeah.
So it's Goodell who singled his last time up. Murph, sometimes we look at the players and see some interesting stories. today in this series, there's an interesting story with this umpiring crew as well.
It certainly is a relatively newcomer to the umpire ranks, Ramon De Jesus, who is the first base umpire today. You may have heard his story. He is the first Dominican-born umpire in the big leagues. Certainly that is a special thing. 82 players were on the opening day roster from the Dominican, and obviously a very big baseball country, but he is the first umpire that gets a chance to be here in the big leagues. Now, he's not allowed to talk to the media because he's not under a major league contract, but I did talk to Juan Samuel about him today. Juan, of course, born in the Dominican as well. And he said, you know, it's a very special moment for the entire country. In fact, the first game that he did, guys, in Detroit versus Cleveland in opening day was televised back into the Dominican because of Ramon De Jesus. So very exciting for the entire country, guys.
We saw not only Ramon making his major league debut this year, from the Dominican Republic. We also saw Carlos Torres, an umpire from Venezuela, making his debut this year. So the game is broadening not only player-wise, it already has, but it's broadening with a lot of other pieces to it.
And Tom, not surprising that Juan, of course, the first game of this series, when he knew Ramon was going to be part of the umpire crew, went over to congratulate him. And the story I'm told is that Ramon De Jesus was extremely excited to get a chance to meet Juan Samuel, a guy that he probably grew up watching play the game of baseball. He was very excited to meet him.
Well, Sammy is such a father figure for so many players who are from the Dominican Republic, so many athletes, including the ones that are on the Phillies roster. So runner at first base, one man down, and Oberholzer will bat here.
That's a strange pitch out there, folks. A little 3-2 slider with a 7-0 lead for ball 4. So much for all I said about getting those fastballs.
Well, there's Oberholzer. He's capitalizing, getting the fastball. But even looking at Galvis's at bat, you know, he was getting those fastballs that you were talking about.
Might as well swing it.
Inside, 1-1, and here's Barnhart going out to talk to Straley.
What can this conversation be about?
Hey, man.
Hey, don't forget we're up 7-0.
Start throwing some fastball.
The pitcher's up.
I'm gonna put my glove in the middle of the plate. You do your best to hit it.
This is low, 2-1. Brian Price, the manager of the Reds, also at one point one of the game's best pitching coaches.
Throw over.
Joey Votto caught it and threw it back faster than he got it. And Oberholzer fouls it up toward the Hall of Fame club. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nice barehanded grab by that gentleman right there. Off the carom. To the right side, and it's a base hit to right field. Goodell will stop at second. Phillies have runners on first and second with 1 man down. Another prime example of why the game is built for left-handers.
Thank you.
David Lowe is coming up.
Taught you well.
Lowe grounded out his first time up, and here we go.
There's that first baseman playing close to the bag. Little ground ball in the hole.
He does hit every day with the starting pitchers. Not a bad swing there.
Well, that is his first career hit for Brett Oberholzer, the first major league hit. The Astros did move over to the American League a couple of years ago, so he didn't get a chance to hit as much. So congratulations to Brett Oberholzer as they will keep that baseball. No balls, 1 strike to David Lowe. No balls and 2 strikes. Get a couple back here. Might change the way this game looks a little bit going to the 5th inning. Phillies looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position. Joey Votto not holding the runner on will get the middle runner at second base. And it puts runners on first and third now with 2 outs. And that'll bring Odubel Herrera to the plate. By the way, Mike, we have an answer to how many inside the park home runs you had. You had 2.
Was I one in there close?
Yeah, you had 2.
One in San Diego.
One in San Diego against Randy Jones. The other one where you had potentially 2 in one game. It came in 1977, Larry Demery. But in the 3rd inning is when you missed the inside the park home run, but you actually hit one in the 8th inning that day. I thought maybe it was reversed.
Amazing the memory we have, isn't it?
Did you run through a stop sign?
I can't remember that. But I do remember the game, and that was in the block of games where I had a pretty good on-base percentage against the Pirates, and we had that little Bruce Keeson fight.
Right.
When we went over to Pittsburgh to play him after that series.
I saw Bruce the other day, actually. Runners on first and third here with 2 outs. Odubel Herrera is 1 for 2 today. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, you might as well get you some of this fastball here, right? 2 outs.
Yep, be ready for it.
What the heck?
Fouls that 90-mile-an-hour fastball off to the Hall of Fame club. It's 2-1.
Interesting there. Barnhart put a fastball in. Straley shook it. He did it again. He shook it. 3rd time he gave it to him. Straley wanted to not throw it, but he ended up throwing it. And that ball was a good one to hit. If you don't have conviction in something, don't throw it if you're a pitcher. Barnhart especially wanted, obviously put it down 3 times.
Well, here we go again. He'll get another fastball here with the count 3-1. He does not want to load the bases. Cesar Hernandez is the on-deck hitter. That's translated that I'm not happy that I missed that fastball.
I know it is 7-0. I know the Phillies have had trouble scoring runs, but going into this inning, they're going to have 6 opportunities to do it. With the way the wind's blowing out, they do have a lot of lefties. Again, I know they don't hit a lot of home runs, but
Odubel has calmed himself down. Lowe will be off and running from first base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And he fouls it back to the screen. Startling the group in the first row again. Odubel is flipping off his sunglasses. Ball 4, and it loads up the bases. Odubel now has matched his walk total from a season ago.
Gentlemen, this guy is gettable. He is definitely gettable.
Absolutely. Highest walk percentage in a single season. Odubel 11.8%. And this is among Major League Baseball players ever.
Look at those names on that list.
He's ahead of Barry Bonds. He's ahead of Ted Williams. He's ahead of Whitey. So Mark Riggins goes out and talks to the right-hander. And you're right, Mike. You know, you guys know better than I do, but he is gettable. And you're down 7-0, but you get a hit here and string a couple together, you might be able to get 2 or 3 back.
Yeah, but you need to open up the darn barn door gates. You need that one that, you know, single with a couple men on. You need to break loose. You know, it's like taking the lid off that hole in golf. You know, when you're putting, you just get one to go.
And Straley's not going to be long for this game the way his pitch count is rising. And they've got bullpen action now. Steve Delabar is starting to throw in the pen.
How would you like to get 7 runs and not be able to go 5?
Cesar today is 0 for 1. A sacrifice his first time up. And he fouls the first pitch back. He threw him a changeup to start him off.
Those are good numbers with the bases loaded. Let's hope it continues.
Explain to me the third baseman playing in on the grass like he might drop a bunt.
That's a great point.
Little ground ball to his right or left that he would normally catch for the 3rd out, goes into left field for 2 runs.
Down the right field line, it's going to hook foul. It's been a year since Cesar's hit a home run, and he was right on that one.
Yeah, we were very close to being back in this ball game right there.
It's a defeating feeling for a hitter, though. Good short swing there.
This goes to show you how easy you can swing and how hard you can hit the ball.
Yep.
That was an easy swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And he got it. Struck him out as Barnhart hangs on. 5 strikeouts for Straley. He leaves them loaded. The Phillies have left 8 so far. We'll go to the 5th. It's 7-0 Cincinnati. Braves, all fans coming to the ballpark will receive that visor right there. Thanks to the folks at the Wistar Institute. It's Wistar Institute Melanoma Awareness Day, presented by Independence Blue Cross and Citizens Bank. Now, both of those folks are part of the festivities that day. You can order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. We will head to the 5th inning, and Brandon Phillips will lead things off. By the way, they just wished everybody a happy birthday up on the video board here. And we've got a bunch of birthdays, including one that we didn't get to yesterday. There's so much stuff going on. Isaac Benich from our production cavity celebrated a birthday yesterday. He did not deliver any farm animals, as that ball is fouled off to the right. Dave Buck from our front office is celebrating today. Happy birthday to Dave.
How old's Mr. Buck? Is he not want anybody to know?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how old he is. We can throw it out there and guess.
See what sticks.
Happy 77th birthday to Dave Buck. One ball, one strike.
Well, you get a correction now.
Yeah. Leslie Goodell is celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday, Leslie. Got birthdays everywhere. Brendan Phillips is flied out, and he's also hit into a double play. And he fouls that one back over the screen.
Been a while since I've seen so many marks on my score sheet. Too bad they're not ours.
Yeah, it's a very colorful one today. Did he go? Yeah, I think he may have. According to John Hirschback, they tag him out and he is out. So they'll say he went on the swing. Second strikeout for Oberholzer.
Kind of a strange offering.
That is a really strange offering. I don't even know if he
went.
went.
A swing, did it?
It didn't look like he went around. That was very awkward.
Jay Bruce doubled his last time, or first time, and then walked his last time, scored a couple of runs. Outside 2-0. At the knees, 2-1. Back toward the middle, and that'll sneak into center field, a base hit. So 1-out single for Jay Bruce, who's 2 for 2.
So helpful if you can field your position. Brett does get in a good position here to just not unable to snare the ball as it comes back up the middle. Of course, Jay Bruce will take it. Watch, he gets in good position here. He just, I think if he was right-handed, he would have caught it.
I think if he was right-handed, he would have caught it. You're right, Ben. Another base hit for Duvall. He is 3 for 3 and 7 for 10 in the series. Guy's having himself a pretty good month.
Definitely can find some holes when he's not going in the gap for doubles. Every ball he hits in the infield either goes over the third base bag or between third and short.
He can close his eyes right now and get a hit.
7 for 10 in the series. Van de Jesus has singled once today. He's 1 for 2. 10 hits now for the Reds. By the way, we have an addendum to our inside the park home run note.
Do we?
Yeah, you have 3. Our additional research has found a third one.
Boy, somebody is hard at work on that stat.
Elias, the official statistician of Major League Baseball, has uncovered in 1982 an inside the park home run by Mike Schmidt against the Atlanta Braves. Game 2 of a doubleheader against none other than Sweet Swing and Rick Mailer. 3-1 to De Jesus.
That makes my day.
Do you remember that one?
Nope.
Okay. So you remember the San Diego one. You remember the Pittsburgh one. But the one that happened closest to this date, you do not remember. Foul ball, and it's 3-2. Ball got a piece of Carlos Ruiz. He says he's okay. Over to third. This should be 2. Franco has it at third for 1. Over to first, and it's off the glove of Howard, and it's a foul territory. And Ryan looks like he hurt his hand. You heard Ryan say "ow" as soon as there was contact with De Jesus. For a first baseman, that's always a part of this play that gets scary when a ball goes into the baseline.
Yeah, I couldn't tell whether he jammed his glove into the runner. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. He bent it
Didn't
back.
probably bent a finger back. He's not really asking for a trainer or looking to come out of the game. Giving him a minute. Miguel Franco raved about his defensive ability, and I really think he's a fantastic defensive player. Just gets, he gets that throwing angle, the slot that he uses, is going to create a lot of, how do I say, sinking action. The ball doesn't rise and the ball doesn't stay on the same plane. This ball has a tendency to sink to the right. You got a windy day today, dude. Probably pushing it as well. But he's got to get that ball out on the infield side of first base for it to sink into the first baseman. It's going to go into the runner like that.
Fly ball to right field low is under it. He'll make the catch. We'll clean up the scoring on that play when we come back, because it's very interesting to say the least. A couple of base runners left. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It's 7-0. Citizens Bank minor league reports. Lehigh Valley lost to Toledo 5-1. Cedric Hunter had a couple hits, including a home run. Roman Quinn's had himself a heck of a month of May. Reading lost to Trenton 7-2, but Roman had 2 hits, a double. He had an outfield assist as well. Scott Kingree's been very good for the Threshers. He's got 9 stolen bases this year, and Lakewood defeated West Virginia 2-1. And Harold Aruz is one of the guys the Phillies received in the Ken Giles trade from the Houston Astros. By the way, today Lehigh Valley is up 2-0 over Toledo. Andrew Knapp has hit his 5th home run. Jake Thompson, who has pitched well since his 3rd start of the season, is pitching well again today. Here is Maikel Franco to lead it off as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Franco today is 0 for 2. We mentioned the scoring that we wanted to clean up. Just if you are at all interested, what they scored that was a fielder's choice. The out for Franco at 3rd, and then they charged an error to Ryan Howard on that throw to allow the runner to go from 2nd to 3rd. That's one I think that will be changed. 2-1, and I say they, it's one person usually in each city that's the official score. But they do charge. The error is charged to Ryan on that. I don't really think.
Strange.
I'm not writing that one in pen.
No, don't write that one in pen.
I put
No.
E5 on my score
I would
sheet.
think E5, yeah. Down the right field line, 2-1 to Franco. Two balls and 2 strikes. Ben, just so you know,
yes,
the research department, our research department, has investigated whether you had any inside the park home runs.
Why do you think I didn't even bring it up, Tom?
They looked extensively.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And as of now, they have not found an inside the park home run. I just didn't want you to think we weren't including you in the conversation.
Are they still looking?
Who was going to hit a ball deep enough, and who was going to run for me?
I don't know. I saw Jimmy Rollins hit the foul pole, the bottom of the fence in San Diego once, and it rolled all the way back toward first, and he was able to get one.
Hey, tell him not to stop looking.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
I could tell him to stop.
Check swing. They appeal. No swing, and it's 3-2. They're going back right now to the minor league days. They've called Malvern Prep just to check there, but
we didn't have any fences.
I was going to say there were no fences there, so the ball just went into the farm.
Remember those days playing without fences? Wow.
That one is ripped into the hole on the left side. A base hit for Franco.
That's good to see.
And Ryan Howard's coming up.
Kind of 3-2 off-speed pitch. It looked kind of weird, like he got a little tomahawk swing at it and backed up into left field. There, see that? Like a backup slider with nothing on it, hanging over the middle of the plate. Apparently Ryan's finger injury wasn't as bad as we might have thought it was. Wow. Got lucky there.
Center field. Going back on it is Holt. Back toward the fence. It is caught. A leaping grab right at the top of the fence. And Franco will go back to first. 1 away here in the 5th inning.
So much depends on the wind on that ball. You just get the wrong gust. Keeps it in the ballpark. You get a little bit of a wind toward center field. Adios, amigos.
It's just a bit off the end of the bat. I think it would have had enough to get out of here. It came off hot. Like I thought it was going to be off the batter's eye.
Yeah, out to the same area, about 30 feet to the right of where Suarez's went. But Suarez's looked like it had a little more carry to it.
Yeah.
With the help of the wind. Upstairs, 1-1. Man, this is a fight for this kid to get through 5, isn't it, today? With all these runs.
94 pitches.
Inside, 2-1.
he hasn't exactly been crisp either.
Oh,
I mean, everything is just kind of rolling up there. You want an at bat right now, don't you?
Not really, but I'd like to see this game get moving a little bit. I mean, played with some energy out here. I don't know where it's at. Sometimes baseball can really do this to you. I don't have anywhere to go. It's one of those games, you know.
Well, the Phillies have left 8. He has 7 3-ball counts. He has
97 pitches.
6 full counts. And a liner toward left field. That's going to hook away from Duvall and take a 1-hop off the wall. Franco will go to third. Ruiz is going to hold up at first. It'll be first and third with 1 out.
He hit it too hard.
He did that.
Hit it too hard to get a double.
Yeah, you know, and the wind blowing the way it was kind of pushed it down to the ground. Still a well-hit ball.
Free and easy swing. Still gets a sinker. Doesn't sink a whole lot, but he puts a really short, quick swing on it.
Now, if we were playing back in the day in the dugout in this game here right now, we'd do everything we could do to knock this dude out of the game.
Yeah.
Just simply because he's got 100 pitches and can't get through the 5th inning. And a 7-run lead.
And hasn't given up a run.
A 7-run lead.
Yeah, his earned run average has dropped from 3.47 to 3.10. He's got Franco of third base and Ruiz at first. On the Toyota Major League Scoreboard, an update from down in D.C. Miami now leads at 5-1. Giancarlo Stanton has hit a solo home run, his 11th of the year. He's hitting under 300. He has 11 home runs and 25 runs batted in. Jose Fernandez pitching for the Marlins.
Battle, Fred. You got to want this RBI, baby. Come on.
Checks his swing, 3-2. Tyler Goodell is on deck.
Good take.
Sure, Brian Price in that dugout right now saying, how long can I let this go on?
I think if he loses Galvis, he's going to go get him. I mean, I don't think he wants to, but I think he. Delabar's been warming again.
I say he gives him one more hitter.
Talking with Lou Piniella today, and he said, hey, you got a pretty good ball club over there. I said, yeah, Skipper, you know, we do. It's really throwing the ball well. I said, they throw strikes. I said, I know that was, you know, being in your dugout, that was one thing that really got you going. He goes, yeah, that was about the only thing that got me upset. I said, I think there were a few other things, Skipper.
Swing and a miss, and Galvis strikes out. So 2 outs with runners on first and third, and Goodell's coming up. Yeah, I would think this kind of a game would really frustrate your former manager, Lou Piniella. He liked pitchers so much.
Yeah, he loved pitchers, but goes an all-speed pitch here. Good changeup. Freddie way out in front.
That's a changeup. 3-2.
Yeah.
Goodell is 1 for 1.
I had him throwing that changeup 16.5% of the time going into today's ball game. I'm sorry. 16.9%.
A chopper out to shortstop. DeJesus has it. And the side is retired. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. 10 left today for the Phils. We've completed 5. We'll head to the 6th. It's 7-0 Cincinnati. Independence Blue Cross Philly of the Week has made large contributions this week to the team's success. First, in the road trip finale, Cameron stepped to the plate in the 10th inning and delivered the game-winning 3-run double, leading to a Phils series victory. 2 nights later, he put the bat aside and defended home plate, receiving the game-ending throw from Tyler Goodell on the way to another Phillies 1-run win. Rupp has had that kind of a week, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. It was a great moment here in Citizens Bank Park last night when that final play took place and Cameron Rupp was able to show the baseball. As you heard him tell Murph earlier, he goes, I just wanted to find the ball as fast as I could to show it. And he was able to get to his feet. Off day today for Cameron. But it was one of the highlights of the year so far. No question about it. Jordan Pacheco will pinch hit for the Reds. So Pacheco pinch hits for Straley as we begin the 6th inning.
He did grab that ball out of his glove, even though it was kind of like face was in the dirt. He's trying to decide where he was hurt. He held the ball up.
You know, the one thing, too, watching the replay of it, but also all of the still photography pictures. Have you guys seen any of them? From the Associated Press, from Young Kim from Philly.com, and from our own Miles Kennedy here with the Phillies. The pictures, because they're all on that third base side over toward the Reds dugout. There's Miles, who is extremely talented. But these pictures, all of them, as that one is hit back toward the middle, Galvis is up with it. One away. The pictures are fantastic. You know, the sequence of shots, I mean, really fantastic. Here's the play again.
I guess they can go rapid fire with those shots.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. You know, in Major League Baseball, after the game was over, we received the report because they did have the review. The report was that because Suarez did not try to slide, the home plate collision rule was basically taken off the table because he lowered his shoulder and didn't slide feet first to Cameron Rupp. It was basically taken off the table. So that's why nothing was overturned and it was a clean play.
So if he would have slid into home plate right there, if he would have slid, even though he's 10 feet shy, he would have been safe.
From the report, they would have taken in the collision rule into consideration, and I think from there it was up for grabs, honestly.
No, yeah, I got to tell you, he has to catch that ball, doesn't he? I mean,
yeah, he's got to catch the ball.
I mean, his job is to go catch the ball.
Exactly.
Correct. That's how I think I felt this. We also felt the same way.
Are they expecting him to catch the ball one-handed with his body to the side to allow the runner like a lane to get to home plate?
You know, from our understanding of the rules, that if the throw takes you into the base path, which we all thought it did, then the lane is not in question. But yes, that's what they're saying.
Let me worry about giving you a plate to slide to, and then I'll worry about catching the ball. I
mean, look at that baseball. It was rolling out, too. But fortunately, it didn't get to that point.
Yes.
3 balls and 2 strikes. And it's fouled back by Holt.
It was just an awesome play. Great play by Tyler, obviously. And then what Cam did to just secure that baseball.
Well, and Mike's point, too, about Goodell, who is making the transition, essentially, to being an outfielder, who was an infielder by trade. Ball 4, and Holt is aboard. A 1-out walk. And Suarez, who's been a problem today, will be the hitter.
He's had a heck of a ball game.
It's his 16th 3-hit game. Which is shocking that he's been around in the big leagues long enough to have 16 3-hit games. Wow. Well, here's his home run, his last time up.
I believe he got a changeup down in the zone, and that was a no-doubter. It came off the bat well and had very good carry to it.
Over the net and out of play.
I'll tell you, the only guys in this Reds lineup that haven't done any damage at all today are the 3-4 hitters. Votto and Phillips.
Yeah, they're combined 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. Over to third. This could be 2. Nope, bobbled for a moment by Franco. There's 1, and that's all they'll get. There are 2 outs. 5-4 on the put out. Fielder's choice for Suarez. Time now for the Jeep Stump the Fans Trivia Quiz answer. All right, guys, here we go. Who were the 4 Reds that won Gold Gloves in each season from 74 to 77?
I'm going to let the man with 10 of them answer this one.
I have down here Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench is correct.
Dave Concepcion.
That is correct.
I went with Morgan.
Joe Morgan is correct.
I got them all then, because I know this guy Geronimo is one you didn't think I would get.
Cesar Geronimo, I did not think you were going to get. Congratulations. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack.
I think it's my first correct guess of the year.
A clean sweep there.
Mike also had, who else? Don Gullett written down.
You know, it's funny. If you'd asked me about the same year with the Phillies, I probably wouldn't know. I don't know why that Geronimo jumped up at me.
I'm really impressed that Cesar Geronimo.
Yeah.
The first glove I ever owned was a Cesar Geronimo Rawlings glove. And I have to admit, when I received it, I had no idea who he was. I think he was with the Astros at the time. 0-2.
It's uncanny.
Joey,
might as well just walk up there with an 0-2 count.
Make it 0-2. Let's go to hitting. He's getting down in there deeper. Look at him. Look at him.
He's getting down deeper and he's choking up more.
Turn the bat over. I mean, he is wider and wider and lower.
Out to left field. Goodell puts it away. And that'll do it for the Reds here in the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. Bottom of the 6th, 7-0 Cincinnati. Toyota. Get a great deal on your favorite Toyota during the Toyota Time Sales Event. Toyota, let's go places. Buy McDonald's. Jumpstart your morning with a hot or iced McCafe coffee. Now starting at just $1. And buy Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Bottom of the 6th inning. 7-0 Reds on top. 7 runs on 10 hits for Cincinnati. No runs on 6 hits for the Phillies. The Phillies have left 10 and are 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position here this afternoon. Steve Delabar will take over here at the bottom of the 6th, and he will face the pinch hitter Emmanuel Burris. Well, it's the 2nd straight outing for Oberholzer where he did his job as a long man. 2 1/3 today. So Emmanuel Burris will lead it off, takes outside, 1-0. Burris 2 for 25 so far this season. Haven't been too many times this year where the Phillies have been down this much in a game. I mean, you look at their 1-run victories, they have 14 and 3. So there's a lot to those games. I think at the beginning of the year, we probably thought there would be more of these kind of games as the Phillies rebuild than the 1-run games. 2-2 as Burris swings through that one. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, benches were warned going into this game. John Lester is not bothered by it. He is not allowed a hit through 6 innings between the Cubs and the Pirates. A scoreless game.
Did they have another brouhaha?
They had some pitches that were they were hitting each other again yesterday. Yeah,
those nasty boys.
One out here, the 6th. David Lowe's coming up.
So they warned him before the game.
Yeah, from what I understand, last night or yesterday they said that they were going to warn them before today's game, just to keep everything in check.
So that means you just can no longer pitch inside.
You got to be careful with it, Ben. Happened to the Reds against the Pirates when Ross Ohlendorf was suspended for 3 games after being ejected the other day. He's appealed his. Brian Price served his 1-game suspension. It's automatic when warnings are issued and a pitcher is ejected for throwing at a hitter. Now the player can appeal it, which is what Ohlendorf did. Brian Price, though, the manager cannot. It's an automatic suspension. Three balls and no strikes to Lowe.
Still trying to get over this line for Straley. I mean,
it's going to look good in the box score.
If you throw a complete game shutout and throw 109 pitches, that's a great game. But 109 pitches in 5 innings, and not give up a run it's hard to fathom.
Well, again, the Phillies 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position, and they left 10 through his 5 innings.
Yeah, they left men on base. They only scattered 6 hits. So you got to hit an inning almost, but couldn't get anything going with men on base.
Odubel's 1 for 2. And it's 0-1 to Herrera, who has reached base safely in 34 of 35 games. 34 of the last 35 games.
Awkward swing there.
So what we were talking about with his walk his last time, guys. 28 walks in 147 games last year, 28 in 38 games this year.
Where you have a guy that you just threw a fastball right by somebody with the most awkward swing you could ever have, and then you throw him a changeup. I don't see that. Can't you read the hitter? If I'm a catcher, I'm thinking, well, he's not going to make that big of adjustment from pitch to pitch. He didn't see it.
I used to hate to face tall pitchers. It'd be a weird feeling that they're throwing from not 62. You know, they nearly release the ball around what, 55 feet, 56 feet. These guys are releasing it around 50 feet. It's unfair.
Particularly when you throw 95.
Yeah, we didn't. You know, I mean, I don't know. Ever really remember any real tall guys? J.R. Richard, maybe.
Yeah, Richard was the one from your era that really stood out.
Everyone talks about J.R. Richard.
Everybody does. If it weren't for the stroke, you don't know what his numbers could have been like.
Yeah.
Because he was, what, 6'8"? Is that what it was?
Big. You know, he was about the size of this young man.
3 and 2.
Plus, that mound at the vet, that didn't help. That thing was 12 feet tall, it seemed. It really was.
You're saying it wasn't up to regulations?
I don't think so.
It exceeded regulations?
It was so high. Our pitchers, we go in there play, and our pitchers say, I feel like I'm getting a nosebleed on top of that thing.
Over to shortstop. That might be 2, depending on how fast Phillips gets rid of it. He's not going to. So it's a fielder's choice. 6-4 on the put out at second base. 2 gone here in the 6th, and Cesar Hernandez will be the batter. He was one of the first to report that Tommy Joseph was being called up. Be the first to know by following our Phillies insider Jim Salisbury on Twitter and on csnphilly.com. Jimmy is here today and was very chilly in the press box earlier today. He was looking for more sweatshirts to wear. There's Tommy Joseph. Started game 1 of this series. And will most likely be in the starting lineup tomorrow with a lefty on the mound for the Marlins. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You might see him get an AB today. The game.
Yeah, he's already been on deck once today and didn't get up.
Listen, Tommy, just to get you know, have him go up there and, you know, in a game, if it does hold up to be like this, where, you know, can't hit a 7-run homer, so not a whole lot of pressure on him.
I'll tell you what, it'd be useful today if they had that. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cesar. And 3-2. Must be something in the water in Cincinnati. Odubel goes, and the pitch is grounded foul. It'll be a broken bat for Cesar. I don't know what Joey Votto was just doing, besides inciting the group on the first base side.
Not making any friends over there.
What is he doing? Psych.
Oh my gosh.
Not endearing himself.
What is he doing? There's ball 4. Cesar walks, and that puts runners on first and second. Here we go again. Right? They're all looking for it.
Why would you do that?
I don't know what his thought process was there.
He seems to enjoy it.
I think he did enjoy it. Maybe he's hearing it from over on that side.
Could be.
And has heard it from that side. Well, they all seem to enjoy it. They were laughing at it. Where's Matt when we need him? We need somebody to break down the Canadian mindset here.
Where is Murph? What? Is he still here?
Yeah, Murph's here.
Oh.
Here's Franco with runners on first and second, and 2 men down. And a pitch is in there. It's 0-1. Brendan Phillips was laughing.
Actually, isn't that where Murph hangs out? Right about where that little deal went on?
Usually Murph's down there, yeah. Matt is driving back to Canada, so.
Hop, skip, and a jump away, Tom.
Yep. 1 ball, 1 strike to Franco. Franco had the base hit his last time up on a pitch, off-speed pitch that was up.
This could get interesting if we can get another man on. Not that it's not interesting now, but Mr. Howard could do some damage.
A liner out towards center field. Going back on it is Holt toward the fence. Reaches up and he dropped it.
The ball.
2 runs will score. Franco will go to second base and he'll be there standing. It's a 7-2 ball game.
Now that ball was smoked.
It was. I don't know if Holt just didn't see it, thought the fence was closer or what. He just flat out dropped it.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Tom. I think he believed that that fence was closer. He goes up there. He's got it lined up. And clank.
Yeah, you're right. Nice break for McHale. Probably score that a double and 2 ribbies, right?
It's got to be.
I mean, guys running back, wind blowing hard, banging into the fence.
Well, Ryan Howard is now the batter. He's 0 for 2. He hit one to the fence that Holt caught at the top of the fence in center. His first time up. So 2 RBIs for Maikel Franco. He is 21 on the season. They give him a double on it, and that's his 7th double of the year. First hit with a runner in scoring position for the Phillies today. It was a fly ball left center field, and it's caught by Duvall, and the inning is over. But the Phils do score 2. They leave 1. We'll move to the 7th inning. It's 7-2 Cincinnati. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. 7-2 Cincinnati on top of the Phillies as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Eugenio Suarez 3 for 4 with a 3-run home run. He's had a good day for Cincinnati. Dan Straley went 5 innings. He threw 109 pitches. Phillies left 10 runners on base and were 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position while he was out on the mounds. His offense, though, has staked him to a comfortable lead. It's our shot from Greg Farnese's camera out in left field.
109 pitches, 5 innings.
Pitches, 5 innings. And Colton Murray will take over. Well, Carl Graber, who is our statistician here, was using Baseball Reference to throw in some of those numbers. And according to Baseball Reference, it's just the 13th time since 1900 that a pitcher has thrown 109 pitches or more, has gone 5 innings, and is not allowed a run. I mean, that is, as you said, it's a remarkable feat, and it's a little more remarkable than we even anticipated. So 109 pitches or more. No balls and 1 strike to Brandon Phillips. To his left is Galvis at shortstop. Emmanuel Burris, who has taken over at first base, will handle the throw. After pinch hitting, he takes over at first. 1 gone here in the 7th. And Jay Bruce will be the batter. Well, Colton Murray, there's Colton as a little leaguer. He's telling me yesterday about his dad used to have a sporting goods business, so he and his high school buddies used to get a chance to try out all the new bats before anybody else, just to see if they were worth it.
Would that be sweet or what? Have your family own a sporting goods store?
It would be
a kid.
Tremendous.
Oh my gosh.
This is all part of MLB's Play Ball Day, which they've been celebrating throughout this weekend. Colton was over at the Urban Youth Academy yesterday here in Philadelphia. He and Emmanuel Burris. Jay Bruce fouls it. It's 1-1.
We used to have a sporting goods store downtown Dayton called Tuffy Brooks. Tuffy Brooks.
Tuffy Brooks.
Tuffy Brooks Sporting Goods. And I tell you what, a trip down there was like dying and going to hell.
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
Now, who was Tuffy Brooks? It was just the
some
person?
man, I guess, in town that owned a sporting goods store. And go down and put all the ball gloves on your hands, all the Rawlings gloves, the Wilson gloves. Check out the spikes, the bats.
And the smell of the leather when you walk in.
Hard of the hide.
We had Aston Sporting Goods, and we also had Bill Batty Sporting Goods in media.
2-1 pitches on the outside corner, 2-2. We had a place called R&R Sporting Goods in Manasquan, New Jersey. It was a little storefront, a little small town. Manasquan is a beach town, and you could smell the leather when you walked in.
Yep.
In the dirt, 3-2.
And then came Sports Authority.
Well, yeah. So the bigger, the bigger sporting goods stores around the country, sort of like everything else.
Dick's.
Yep. Took away from a lot of that. Three-two pitch to Jay Bruce. Up high, ball 4. So he walks for the second time. A 1-out walk for Colton Murray, and Adam Duvall is coming up.
Jay Bruce on base all 4 times today.
Duvall had an RBI double in the second, scored a run. A single in the fourth, scored a run, and singled in the fifth. It was left over at third. And he bloops one over the head of Burris, a foul ball.
That's catcher's interference.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay.
Yep.
So it's an error on Carlos Ruiz, catcher's interference, and that'll put runners on first and second.
Man, he's had quite a day here. If he's not hitting a line drive, finding a hole, hitting it in the gap, it's hitting the catcher's glove and getting on base.
Well, he just barely hit it, too.
You could hear a little nick, though.
Carlos did pull his hand back, as we saw in that video. He is not charged with a time at bat with that.
Nope.
But the error will be the second one of the game for the Phillies. Down the right field line, David Lowe will watch it go into the crowd. In front of the plate, it's a fair ball picked up by Ruiz. The out is recorded at first. The runners move up to second and third, so De Jesus goes down 2-3. And with 2 outs, Tucker Barnhart, the catcher, will be the hitter.
Well, looking ahead, Miami Marlins coming in.
Yeah, Adam Conley, who's pitched very well for the Marlins this year, will be the first one up on the mound for the Fish.
I like him. He's a good-looking.
And we miss
tall lefty.
Fernandez.
Yeah, Fernandez is pitching today. He was part of that 5-1 lead for the Marlins right now against Washington. So that's 2 series where the Phillies will miss him. Marlins have collectively one of the best outfields in Major League Baseball with Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. Good pitch, and it's 0-2.
The big curveball we've seen Colton throw. You have a big hook like that. These are the situations where you really have to trust your catcher, and he's going to get down and block the ball for you. You know Chooch will give you his best effort.
Curveball and a called strike 3. Beauty of a pitch by Colton Murray. Side is retired. No runs, no hits. 2 men left. There was 1 Phillies error. It's time to stretch with the Reds on top. 7-2. The Phillies have tightened it up a little bit. They're down by 5 as we move to the bottom of the 7th inning. We'll see if they can get some more stuff together against this Reds pitching staff. It's time now for our GMC Precision plays of the game. Dan Straley was not pretty here this afternoon, but he did get some strikeouts when he needed them.
He got a couple when he needed them. Went to that slider, mixing a few changeups. Just able to get out of some jams. I really didn't think he was going to be able to. 109 pitches through those 5 innings, but was able to eke out 6 strikeouts somehow and get out of it. And they are your GMC Precision plays of the game.
All right, so Steve Delabar goes 1 inning for the Reds, and now it's Blake Wood who will take over. It's a Reds bullpen that's ranked at the bottom of the National League with a 6.07 ERA. And the Phillies will send Carlos Ruiz to the plate to lead things off. Wood 3-0, an ERA of 3.18. As Brian Price told Ben the other day, it's a revolving door at the closer's position if you're thinking ahead to the 9th inning.
And just the 2 saves. 3 saves. Sorry. 3 saves for these Reds all year.
Yeah, last year they had Aroldis Chapman, and even then they had 35 saves for the season. All right, so Wood is ready to go. Carlos is 1 for 3. Phillies have left 11 so far through the first 6 innings. Now let's see if they can get something going here in the 7th. First pitch is a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Boy, that ball really
with
jumped,
some
didn't
life.
it?
From a 6'7" pitcher.
There's a little cut on that pitch, 92, and it's 0-2.
Massachusetts thinking I got one coming in at me at 97, one going away from me at 92.
And that one goes away a little bit more. Blake Wood is from Suwanee, Georgia. Former third-round selection by the Kansas City Royals. And he just struck out Carlos Ruiz. One out here in the 7th inning. A quiet strike call by John Hirschbeck, the home plate umpire.
It was a strange pitch. It's that like a little changeup.
Yeah, he
froze everybody.
Certainly took something off that. So Freddie Galvis is now the batter. Time to get an update what's going on around the world of baseball. Here's Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. It's greater coverage of baseball presented by T-Mobile, and the Yankees' Carlos Beltran spec the 2-run home run today for those Yanks. Number 400 in his career. He becomes just the 4th switch hitter in Major League Baseball history to get to number 400. You guys mentioned Jackie Bradley Jr. earlier today. Well, he extended his hit streak to 21 games with a base hit in the 5th inning today. That is now the longest hit streak in the majors so far this year. And speaking of hit streaks, how about happy anniversary to Joe DiMaggio? Back in 1941, went 1 for 4 on this date to start his 56-game hitting streak. So happy anniversary to Joe DiMaggio. Of course, still the longest hitting streak in Major League Baseball history.
He wound up going 72 of 73 games with a base hit.
Yes.
Joe Maddon said the other day when asked about certain records in baseball, and I think a lot of people are in agreement of this, you know, what record do you think will stand forever? And Joe Maddon said that DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak will probably stand forever in his eyes. And there are a lot of people that feel that way. I mean, to reach base safely in this amount of games and that amount of games is one thing. But to hit in 56 straight and 72 of 73.
That is an amazing streak.
Check swing by Galvis. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mike, you were around when Pete Rose was going at it.
Well, I was just going to say Pete's all-time career hits mark. I guess Ichiro could technically break that, right?
Well, he can if you count the Japanese numbers. But I don't, you know, Pete has said it's a great feat, but in his eyes, he wouldn't count it. But Pete's number, you're right, Pete's number could be one that will stand the test of time.
And another one, I think, isn't it Pete that has the most consecutive 200 hit seasons?
Well,
I don't see that ever being broken.
Well, to hit it 56 straight, I remember I was a kid when Pete was stretching his hit streak out and Gene Garber snapped it. What that was like, and he's the kind of guy that can live with that kind of pressure, Pete, it seems anyway. I don't know if
I helped him with that baby myself.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, oh yeah, in a doubleheader. Once he was 0 for 3 in a doubleheader, and I played back just enough so he could drop a bunt, daring him to bunt, and he dropped a bunt. I didn't make the play, and he got a hit. And then the second game of the doubleheader, the manager, Danny Ozark, screamed at me, made me move in so he couldn't bunt. He hit a little line drive right to my left by me. I dove and missed it. Kept the streak alive.
Have you reminded him of that you've helped that streak?
Not lately, but since you brought it up, maybe I should.
I remember when Gene Garber got the final out, or got him in his last at bat with the Atlanta Braves.
He didn't like that too well, did he? Was it some kind of?
Pete didn't like it, but Gene was. He was. It was a big time moment for him.
That was some kind of changeup, Gene Garber.
Ooh. Gene, who still lives in the area. Two balls and 1 strike to Goodell. Ground ball to shortstop. Waiting for it is DeJesus. And the side is retired. Nothing across for the Phils. They go down 1-2-3. 7 in the books here at Citizens Bank Park. The final game of this 3-game series. The Reds lead it by 5. ShopChooseNissan.com. Buy Jefferson. Call 800-JEFF now or visit jefferson.edu. And buy your local Ford stores. Center City, a beautiful look. The sun blasted off the buildings. 7-2 Reds as we go to the top of the 8th inning. And Jose Peraza will be the pinch hitter for the Reds. Peraza was part of the trade that sent Todd Frazier to the Chicago White Sox. He was part of a 3-player deal. And the Reds picked him up. Takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes from Colton Murray. Back to the screen, 1 ball, 1 strike. Peraza 1 hit in yesterday's game, 1 for 4. He's up while Billy Hamilton is on the bereavement list with the sudden passing of his 3-year-old nephew. Outside and low, 2-1. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Speaking of Phillies charities, the 50-50 today was a little more than $17,000 that was split 50-50 with a fan. Half of it going to Phillies charities as Michael Franco makes a nice play to get Peraza.
Very nice play. Ball had a lot of top spin. Kind of an in-between hop. A lot of times those will skip right by you. Boom. Good hands.
It is good hands. I'm just amazed at how easily it looks like he's throwing it, but how quickly the ball gets across the diamond.
Yeah, so his technique on this throw was right there. Holt is 0 for 3.
Is that something you tried to do, Mike, at third base if you had enough time, was go in and grab those 4 seams?
Or yeah. The I never threw a ball across the field without having 4 seams, as they say it now, but at least grip not with the seams but across the seams. Somewhere you pull down on those seams and the ball has a nice true backspin flight to it. And whenever you don't have a chance to do that and you don't get seams under your fingers, then you throw a little sidearm or a little over the top, it gives the ball a different spin and it'll react to the wind, it'll sink, it'll.
If there was an opportunity where you had to rush the throw, though, did you? Because being a catcher, a guy ran over and try and grab 4 seams. It's impossible. You can't do it. You get it, you chuck it as hard as you can. At third base, if you got a situation where you know you have to rush, anything, if you didn't grab it, did you try and maybe follow through a little bit more, or you just try to get it across as quickly as you could?
Yeah, I mean, infielders all have this sort of like built-in sense of timing. The game is beautiful in that way that you've played it your whole life and you have this sense of how fast you have to go, how much you have to hurry. That's why you see so many times the ball will arrive just boom, boom, right? It always just enough ahead of the runners because major league, the major league infielders have a sense of timing. Larry Boa used to be able to drop that ball into first base, boom, boom, right ahead of that runner every time. Just boom, just get him.
Yeah.
Every time, whether it's a fast guy, a slow guy, or what. And it's just a rhythm thing, You can sense how hard the ball's hit, how fast the guy gets out of the box,
Yeah.
Tyler Holt lines a single up the middle, so he's aboard with 1 out here in the 8th inning.
Sure, if you have to barehand the ball and throw on the run, or
that was the one I thought about, was if you barehanded it.
Yeah, a quick release. Well, even when you barehand it, sometimes you can roll it in your hand and throw it, but quick release that ball where you use your glove, you know, where you're charging the ball. You don't have time to get seams like Ben is saying. But when you can, you definitely want to throw the ball with your fingers across the seams.
Toss over to first, and Holt is back without a tag. Suarez 3 for 4 today is the batter.
Young people out there listening today, grab your baseball, and while you're watching TV, just sit there and play with it in your hands. Just keep it in your throwing hand, and
nice play by Galvis to make sure he held on to that ball.
And just roll it around in your hand, in the seams of your hand. See how fast you can turn it without using the other hand.
Yeah, because you don't. The other hand will have the glove on it, and sometimes if you have time, you can use that. But there may not be that much time.
You don't see that very often. That ball carry him off the backstop, and boom, right back to Ruiz.
Well, they have scored that a pass ball.
Our partner ran out to get a ball. Got some balls up out there?
And one in my bag.
It's like a cat getting back to the office.
All right, you're looking for some on-camera stuff here, huh?
All right, so you're saying you have the baseball in your hand and see if you can fiddle with it so you can get the 4 seams across it.
Automatic. I mean, boom, like that?
Yeah, and that's how you're getting the back.
Yeah, you always want to. 4 seams? We didn't have the names for them back then, but that's the 4-seamer, I guess. Or
correct.
That. Correct?
Correct. Yep.
That's the way infielders and catchers like to throw the ball. Across the seams. Never like that. With the seams. That's the way pitchers deliver pitches, so the ball moves around.
Out to right field, David Lowe will make the grab. Tagging from second and going to third is Holt, and he'll get there.
It just seems like when you get the 4 seams, when you throw it, the ball comes off your fingers.
Right.
Right. So if you have the 4 seams, the ball comes off your fingers, and you get the 4-seam rotation. It just stays truer through the wind.
That's exactly right.
Just stays truer. It's like when you hit a baseball. You want to clip that ball, right? Just so you get that backspin, you get that carry. Just like infielders, you get the carry on the baseball and throw it through somebody, not to somebody.
Top of the ball, then you have that top spin, which doesn't let it to rise.
Right.
By the way, if you wonder if the 27,869 saw Joey Votto fake the throw into the crowd and then throw it to his dugout.
Apparently they did.
They did.
They did.
Because he was just greeted with an assortment of boos as he came up to the plate here in the 8th inning.
Oh, and 2.
Yeah, a good portion of them saw it. This is for those of you that missed it. This was Joey a couple innings ago. Psych. And he went back to his position. He seemed to enjoy it.
And then he fist pumped.
Yeah, he did. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip. He's down on strikes.
I'll tell you what, they will boo him the rest of his career here now.
They may.
He thinks this is short-lived. No, Joey.
We'll come back next year thinking, they're not going to remember it. Yes, they will. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Final game of this 3-game series. Time now for our Hyundai defensive play of the game.
Well, here it was, a double play. Taylor made 4-6-3 to get Holt. Good flip by Cesar. 2, Freddie G completes the turn. And that is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer.
So fluid when it's hit that sharply. Well, as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Ross Ohlendorf, who possibly has a 3-game suspension pending.
And one cool windup.
A very different windup. 5.40 ERA. This will be his 17th ball game. 20 strikeouts and 16 2/3. And his first pitch to Emmanuel Burris. No balls and 1 strike.
You gotta like that. Why, you know, it's a beautiful thing watching this wind up. It's the way they used to do it back in the old days, right?
Yes, sir.
And who didn't try to do this when they were kids, when they were fooling around?
There's not much to imitate anymore in the game, is there? Batting stances, are the same.
Over to the right side, waiting for it is Brandon Phillips, and Burris is retired. So 1 out here in the 8th inning. See, right there, it's Norman.
A little Nolan Ryan-ish right there.
Well, he is from Texas.
I always thought Nolan had one of the best leg kicks of all time, but Ohlendorf, it's a lot of arm, not using a whole lot of lower body there.
He's got the momentum kind of swinging right there. Get himself back centered. And David Lowe to the right side, past Joey Votto.
The fans are going to love that.
And Lowe is aboard with 1 out.
Look over here behind first base.
Tom, we discussed this the other night. Why do these infielders, Joey did it on Friday night, but he went down to that knee. Why don't they just reach over and backhand the ball? I don't understand why you always have to go into a slide. Right there, just catch the ball. Just put your glove on the ground and backhand it. Why do you have to go into the slide?
Yeah, I don't know. Because it would seem like it's another step and then boom.
Yeah.
Well, he might be thinking catch the ball and have some momentum sort of coming back toward first base if he does catch it. And if he doesn't catch it, it's a base hit.
Well, that's true, too, because that's what it is. It is a base hit. Odubel's the batter. And Odubel takes low. 1 ball, no strikes. On a windy day here at Citizens Bank Park, the Phillies trail at 7-2. And chants of Joey are starting to bounce around the ballpark.
These people they're going to have some fun. They're going to manufacture their own fun. Once we get a little rally going here.
Inside, 2-0.
Sunglass delay there, Mike. Little sunglass delay.
Can't decide if he wants to wear them or not. Outside, 3-0. A meeting at the mound. Ohlendorf out of Princeton University. His Princeton Tigers team is involved in the Ivy League Championship right now against Yale. Game 3 is going on as we speak in the best-of-3 series for the right to get an automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. all four. The Phillies have 2 runners on with 1 out. Well, time is running out for the Phillies' fantastic auction. They run through May 17th and 18th. 50 unique items, memorabilia, trips, and experiences. That includes road trips with the teams, like the one we were talking about the other day to Atlanta, sleepover in the locker room for the kids, private hitting clinics, and much more. It's in partnership with 94 WIP Radio. Go to Phillies.com/fantastic auction for bidding and a list of items. Here's Cesar Hernandez. Hernandez walked his last time up. He is 0 for 2 with a walk and a sacrifice. Suarez is in on the grass at third again. 0-1 to Cesar. Ground ball to second base. Broken bat. They'll get 1. They will not turn the double play. 4-6 on the putout at second.
He took a little bit off, induced the ground ball. Good hustle after the ground ball, though, to keep the inning alive.
On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Oakland has defeated Tampa 7-6. John Axford gets the win. He's 3-1. Danny Valencia, former Minnesota Twin third baseman, hit 3 home runs, all over 400 feet. 425, 434, 439. He finished with 5 RBIs. I would think when you have a 3 home run game, you chop it at the bit to get back at it the next day. Outside, 1-1.
Wow. He gets his knocks. He does. He's a wild. He could be a wild swinger. He sure does pull off a lot of balls. We were talking about him in the opening yesterday, getting back on the ball, using straightaway center field like that. That's what I'm talking about.
Be another base hit. It'll be an RBI. Hernandez will go to third. It'll be first and third with Lowe crossing the plate. 7-3. 1 base runner away from bringing the tying run to the plate. And Andres Blanco will be the pinch hitter. Boy, the shame of it is all the runners left on base early on in this game.
It always comes back to haunt you, but that's the swing that he can do some damage with. Level swing, quick to the ball. And that's the same swing you could hit any pitch with.
Tony Cingrani is, I guess, acting as the closer now for the Reds, at least for the time being. He's the lefty. Drew Hayes is the righty. But I think the way Brian Price is looking at it, it's more about matchups than anything else. Ohlendorf doesn't look like he's fazed by it. Boy, a base hit here, get another run across, make it a 3-run game to bring the tying run to the plate. A reminder that time is also running out to fill out the application to win the scholarship for the Callis Award, the 2016 Callis Award. You can go to PhillyBroadcasters.org. It's the $2,000 award that we give out, and we're giving out each and every year to a rising junior or senior or a graduate student who is already putting forth the effort to become a broadcaster or to work in the broadcasting field. In fact, one of our recipients is working today here in the press box. Kenny Ayers, Phillies front office. He's
nice young man.
Yep, our last recipient of the Callis Award. 1 ball, no strikes to Blanco, and Andres lines it foul. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Kenny and I do a piece. He authors it in the Phillies magazine every month, which is kind of fun. He's a nice young man.
Okay, he was a talented broadcaster who's decided that he wants to go through, go into the world of media relations, and he's done a very good job here. Little dribbler in front of the plate, and it rolls foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hernandez at third, Franco at first, and the Phillies' best pinch hitter, and the guy that Pete Buchanan calls the best utility player he's ever had, Andres Blanco at the plate. Behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ground ball to first, and Joey Votto has it, and the side is retired. The run does score for the Phils. They leave 2 on the corners. We'll head to the 9th inning here in South Philadelphia. The Phillies trail at 7-3. Is open for boys and girls age 6 to 14. It's for baseball and softball players. 4 divisions allow for age appropriate instruction. Professional coaching and skill development includes official Phillies Baseball Academy uniforms, a trip to the ballpark, many weeks and locations to choose from. Call 610-520-3400 or go to the community section at phillies.com. This is something that they will not teach at the Phillies Baseball Academy. We've been laughing a little bit about Joey Votto deacon the fans over on the first base side. Well, there's a youngster who's looking for a baseball, and Joey has it, and then decides not to toss it, which is probably not the way you're going to endear yourself to the children of the game. It doesn't matter what city you're from.
I'm going to leave that one alone because I might get in trouble.
Brandon Phillips will lead it off here in the top of the 9th inning. Elvis Araujo and the new pitcher, and he grounds it foul. It's 0-1. Billy Hatcher does toss it into the crowd.
I like to dwell on the positive, and 2 positives I think you can take out of this game is Brett Oberholzer and Colton Murray thus far coming in, keeping the score exactly where it is.
Yeah, the Reds had 7 runs through 4, and they still have 7 here in the top of the 9th inning.
Well, there's no question we have had our chances. I mean, like I said earlier, I thought that their starter was very gettable. 109 pitches in 5 innings. They didn't get a big knock with men on until Franco.
Inside, 1-2. Ground ball to first. Diving stop by Burris. He has it. Throws a ground ball right past Araujo. And Phillips will be safe at first base. And that'll be a base hit for Brandon Phillips.
Great stop.
Can't question the effort, that's for sure. Manny Burris gets to it and is not able to make a good feed to Elvis.
Yeah, Brandon Phillips isn't the quickest guy, as we've noticed during the course of the series. Jay Bruce is now the batter. Bruce has been on base 4 times. He has a couple hits. He's also walked twice. Foul tip, 0-1. Fastball at 93. It's 1-2 to Jay Bruce. He'll be followed by Adam Duvall. The Reds will play interleague baseball beginning tomorrow when they take on the Cleveland Indians. They will face the Indians each and every year as part of their natural rivalry. They'll be in Cleveland for the next 2 games, and then the Indians will return the favor and be in Cincinnati the 2 days after that.
Home and home series.
Home and home series.
Yeah, you know, we had that discussion earlier in the office about interleague play. And to the man, all of our broadcasters said they did not like it.
That's fouled off to the sweet level. It remains 2-2.
Did not get one yes answer.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. When it first started, I wasn't for it. Then it just became part of just, it doesn't do one thing or the other for me anymore.
But I guess, like you were saying, the Cleveland-Cincinnati series has become a big thing in Ohio.
Correct.
The Cubs and White Sox are big. Yeah. Mets, Yankees.
Well, the question was born out of the discussion about the designated hitter and how we should, in my opinion, have the designated hitter in both leagues if you're going to have interleague play.
Right, so they will have it in Cleveland the next 2 days. Will not have it in Cincinnati the 2 days after that. Runner goes. 2-2 pitch fouled back to the screen. Bruce stays alive, and it remains 2-2. And Phillips, who has not really run hard this entire series, looked like he may have had that base stolen. I think we're at the point of no return, though, when it comes to interleague play. We may not be with the DH. I mean, that may happen in the National League. Back toward the mound, over the hill, picked up by Hernandez, and he will get nobody. I think the ball may have just rolled around his glove, and he had no angle to flip it back toward Freddie Galvis, and Bruce, because it was hit softly, is able to beat it out at first.
Gets his 3rd hit and on base 5 times?
5 times, yeah.
Quite a day.
I think Elvis wanted to go after it, but just not able to get there. And
I think he might have thought that that was a double play ball.
Yeah, I think that's why he let it go.
Well, now Duvall, who's been on base 4 times. Catcher's interference his last time. 3 hits earlier. And he hits it foul. It's 0-1. 0-2.
The Reds have had some hacks today. Wow.
They've had a 13-hit day. 7 runs on 13 hits. Strike 3 call. They finally got him out. He's down looking for the first out, and that'll bring DeJesus to the plate. So 1 away here in the 9th. And Devon DeJesus Jr. One for 4. Elvis turns back towards second, and Brandon Phillips strolls back to the bag. In the dirt, and it's 1-0. What do you remember about his pop, Mike? Von DeJesus.
Well, I remember.
Pretty good fielder.
I'm trying to think of if he made the last out in the 1983 World Series. Someone lined out to Cal Ripken at shortstop. Now that's a tough one.
I could picture
we
Cal.
Can dig that one up.
I can picture Cal holding, 2 hands with his glove on that line drive. Fouled off to the right and into the Hall of Fame club.
Great guy, consistent player.
We know that he was in that game. Two balls and 2 strikes to DeJesus. DeJesus singled his first time up, flied out, fielder's choice, and then hit a little dribbler in front of the plate. And a pitch inside, it's 3-2.
Okay, will these runners be off?
3-2 with 1 out. The way Brandon Phillips is running, I don't know if I would start him or not. Although you have a 4-run lead. Phillies think he might be off and running, so they turn back, or Araujo turns back. Jay Bruce is peeking off first. And then Araujo turns back again. There they go. Pitch is taken for ball 4. Unfortunately, Maikel Franco was able to handle that 1-hop throw. Carlos can't believe that wasn't called a strike. He just looked back at the home plate umpire, John Hirschbeck. Now the bases are loaded with 1 man down.
Well, really, I guess he's got to make that throw, and in case there's a late call, or in case. Yeah, that ball was down and in, probably the right call, but Carlos doesn't know. I mean, he's got to get rid of that thing. He can't wait to hear. He can't wait to hear the call before he throws to third base.
Yeah, you wonder if Hirschbeck just didn't say anything or not. Well, fortunately, Maikel Franco was there to scoop it Otherwise, that would have been messy, to say the least. Here's Barnhart. Barnhart has singled. He's also walked and scored. Flied out to right and struck out. First pitch is low. 1 ball and no strikes. Araujo is trying to duplicate what Oberholzer and Murray did. Our W. Mason delivery of the game. There's Big Ben. He has left the booth and he's gone down to the youngster who Joey Votto did not give the baseball to, and he gave him an autographed Mike Schmidt baseball. That's a delivery. Like, who is this big guy that just walked down and handed me a baseball?
That guy's going, that young man's going, who's that? On the ball.
Oh, he's going to be able to figure it out after a little bit. Ground ball right side, stopped by Emmanuel Burris, who comes home for the force out. Nice play by Matty Burris. 2 away. (3-2) on the putout. The bases remain loaded. That's an excellent play by Burris.
Yeah, very nice play. Shows his middle infield skills right there.
Absolutely.
Throws a strike to home.
And he had to throw it over the top of Araujo's head because Araujo was going over to cover. So the bases remain loaded now, and Cozart will be the batter, the pinch hitter, Zach Cozart. Ruiz blocks it. By the way, Mike, if I were that kid, I'd be happier to get a Mike Schmidt autographed baseball than a ball that Joey Votto threw into the crowd.
Well, that was nice of Ben to think of that.
Yeah.
That's a long way to go down there. How do you get down there so fast?
He's a long strider. He's a big dude. Outside 2-0. Cozart is only 8 pinch hit appearances. He's got the bases loaded. Bruce at third. DeJesus at second. Barnhart at first. Up and away, 3-0.
We're given a chance to get out of this thing, and now we're running a 3-0 count on the pinch hitter.
One of the big at-bats in this game happened way back in the 4th, was the walk to the pitcher with the bases loaded. That forced in the first run of the 4th inning, the first of 5.
That's right. Yes, sir. 4 balls, 4 straight balls.
Yep. Because after that was the fielder's choice. They got the runner at second base, but could not convert the double play. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The runners will be off. Broke his bat, looped it out toward left center field. It's going to drop in for a base hit. 2 runs will score, and the Reds will add to their lead. It's 9-3 Cincinnati.
Well, we almost got out of that thing.
Almost got out of it.
Cozart broke his bat on that 3-2 pitch, and of course the wind pushes it back toward the infield. Was able to dump it in front of Goodell. That makes it a tough hill to climb for the home team.
Well, and that'll bring Tyler Holt to the plate. This is the 6th time up for Holt today. Takes way outside. It's 1-0.
Looks like things continue along these lines. We'll have a shot at a 4-hour game.
Yeah, this has been a drawn-out affair.
Without extra innings.
And we have not had many of these kind of games all year. One way or the other. Pete was talking about that yesterday. He was discussing the bullpen and using Neris and Gomez and trying to manage them through. We had a great conversation about that today. He was going over his charts that he and Bob McClure have. 3-1 to Holt.
No activity in the bullpen. Like Rahu's going to have to get out of this thing himself.
Well, not right now. Bases are loaded again. So 2 infield hits and a couple walks, a 2-run pinch hit single. It's 9-3 in favor of the Reds, and the bases are loaded again for Eugenio Suarez. It's almost looking like he's trying to be so fine with some of these pitches.
Yeah, I mean, as a pitching coach, he's one of your guys. You got to go out and, you know, say something to get his confidence back. Something mechanical, probably. Like pick up your target.
Yep.
Put the target in the middle of the plate. Pitch to contact.
Well, this is a 35 pitch inning at least. This will be the 35th pitch. The first one coming to Suarez. Inside, 1-0.
Someone is getting loose now for the Phillies, and just don't want to. There's a lot of work for Elvis. If you're not used to it, it's a lot of pitches.
Andrew Bailey starts to warm up in the pen. That one drops in. It's 1-1.
I'm sure they had hoped not to have to warm anybody up.
Yeah.
Use anybody down there.
Ball and 2 strikes.
I'll tell you something else. I'm sure Joey Votto did not want another at bat.
No, he does not.
He's had a troublesome series.
But I know some fans that might like to see him come up there.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Suarez. Broke his bat. Ground ball softly to short. Charging is Galvis. He's got it, and he throws in time. And the side is retired. 8 men come to the plate, though, for the Reds in the inning. They score a couple more. They leave them loaded. That's a positive moment in what turned out to be a difficult inning. Big Ben making a kid's day. That's right. That's a Hall of Famer that you got there in the sweet spot. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth.
You know what?
Get back in this one, guys, but after this one is done, well, the Reds leave town, and in come the Miami Marlins for 3. Here's the pitching matchups you'll see starting tomorrow. Adam Cottonley will take the ball for Miami versus Jared Eichhoff. It'll be Chen and Velasquez on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday night, Tom Kohler will take the ball for the Marlins and Jeremy Hellickson for the Phillies. But as we say, this one is not over yet.
No, it's not, Murph. You're right. 3 more outs to go for the Phils to get something going. 2 of those 3 pitchers the Phillies saw the last time they saw the Miami Marlins.
2 lefties, right?
2 lefties. Yep. First 2 guys are left-handers, then Kohler, the right-hander. Drew Hayes into his 6th ball game. He's on to try to finish this one off.
You can never give away at bats. Hey, what the situation?
So Carlos will lead it off here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Carlos takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. One ball and 1 strike. Carlos today is singled. He's 1 for 4. He struck out a couple of times. Fights that one off foul. Excellent catch by somebody in the stands. Back to the screen again.
This is tough if you're catcher. 9th inning. You got no legs left.
How about the umpire? Got to give him some credit. 4-hour ball game. Let's see. What's your guess? 250 pitches?
Oh, at least.
At least.
Maybe.
Figure the starter for the Reds went through 109 through 5.
Yeah, there's been quite a few.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Carlos Ruiz.
Concentrating on every pitch, still giving it 100%. Times those umpires just get overlooked.
And Carlos rips one through the hole on the left side. Carlos with his 2nd hit of the day. And Freddie Galvis is coming up. Coming up after the ball game, stay tuned. Marlon Anderson is around to talk about tonight's ball game. Today's ball game, plus your reactions from manager Pete McGannon and the rest of the team. Only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post Game Live.
Good call on the jacket today, too, Tom.
Really? Didn't expect it. Galvis pulls it foul, but it's no balls and 1 strike. Phillies have had opportunities today. They're 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. They've left 13 guys. Back toward the middle and diving stop by Phillips, who throws it over the head of DeJesus. And the Phils have the first 2 runners on here in the 9th inning. They scored a base hit for Freddie Galvis, his 2nd of the day.
Well, that was a nice play, diving stop. He was thinking web gem here. A no-look double play toss. I don't know if he had much of a chance to do anything other than that.
It would have been close as it is.
Tyler Goodell is 1 for 3. A couple of groundouts to shortstop. He's also singled. He takes on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Inside. This guy's got an interesting setup. The way he starts. I mean, everybody starts differently. We saw Ross Ollendorf a few minutes ago and the way he pitches. And he's been effective. Starts off to the side a little bit. One and 2 as Goodell went around. There are the 2 teams together today. 7 for 32 with runners in scoring position.
It's a lot of runners in scoring position.
Is.
That was a short one there.
Sure was.
Intentional grounding.
Swing and a miss, and Goodell strikes out. And one away here in the 9th inning. Here's Emmanuel Burris. Burris grounded out his last time, struck out his time before.
Yeah, I was going to say he ends up with 3 at-bats in the game.
In the dirt. A little looper out toward left. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Ruiz will hold up at third. Just the 3rd hit this year for Emmanuel Burris, but it's going to load up the bases for the Phils with 1 out here in the 9th inning. And David Lowe will be the batter.
Yeah, good to see Emmanuel get a knock. He came in, ends up with 3 at-bats. 1 for 3 in the game. Dumps 1 in front of the left fielder.
Well, Mark Riggins is going to head out. Cingrani is going to start warming up again in the bullpen. It shouldn't take him long to get loosened up. Now the clock is down to 10 seconds in left center field, but John Hirschbeck, the crew chief and the home plate umpire, has not really abided by the clock. It's down to 2-1-0, and he's still back behind home plate. So he is not married to the speed up rules in baseball this afternoon. Reminder, we'll be on the air tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Phillies pregame live. We'll get you rolling at 6:30. Adam Conley on the mound for the Marlins. Jared Eickhoff on the hill for the Phils. But as Murph said, this one is not over yet. Bases are loaded. David Lowe is up. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
Not a particularly aggressive swing there by David. Ball game like this, I get bases juiced, Allen out to right. Pitching coach just came out. I'm looking for first pitch cookie.
Outside, 1-1.
I might go to the stand-up broadcast position here with you, partner.
I'll join you.
Stretch out my legs a little bit. Ball, 1 strike to Lowe. Outside, 2-1. Yep. Stretch them out. You get older, you get tighter.
We'll win this thing if no one makes an out.
That is true. Could still win it even if they make 1 more out. Three and 1. I don't think Odubel is going to face the right-hander, Drew Hayes. Cingrani may come in. Everybody bring their rally walrus out to the yard. Down the right field line. It is just foul. David Lowe is saying, oh, how could that not be fair? Larry Bowa is going to go to the horn and look at it. David Lowe is saying in his vantage point that he thought it was gone. Mickey Morandini didn't really say too much.
I don't think it could hit that far in the stands to the right of the pole without being fouled.
See if you can see it. There's the baseball, and it is in front of the screen, so it is a foul ball. Just foul.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Man.
However, my theory on that play is I think it's better if the ball doesn't go out.
You don't want to end the rally here?
Exactly. Exactly.
Ball 4, that'll force it to run.
You want to just keep the line moving. You know, just one, and a little single drives in 2, and then you get to where the big blast can tie the game up, but you don't want the blast before that.
Well, they need to get one more run in before they can get the blast to tie it up.
Right. It's a rally killer.
Probably would have been pretty sweet, though.
I think David Lowe would have liked it.
Tony
Well,
Cingrani.
we know that. We know that.
Tony Cingrani's coming in. We'll have a pitching change with the bases loaded. The Phillies down 9-4. Their bullpen again. Tony Cingrani is going to be the new pitcher. Cingrani 0-2. He has 2 saves, an ERA of 3.31. He comes on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The tying run is in the on-deck circle. Right now, the Phillies have the bases loaded. They got Galvis at third, Burris at second, and Lowe at first. Excellent speed on the base paths. And Odubel Herrera will get a chance to bat against the left-hander. Odubel has walked twice today. He's singled. He's scored 1 run. He's always in the middle of everything, and he's hoping to dive right into the middle of this.
It would be nice if Odubel just keep the line moving.
Tell you what, if the Reds have to use whoever their closer is, it's him.
This is it.
This is it.
At least it's closer by committee, but they've leaned on him a few times.
So if we can get down to Franco, that'd be a nice matchup.
Yep. Ball 1 ball, no strikes. Tying run is in the on-deck circle. So this is essentially a save situation for Tony Cingrani.
Rid of those sunglasses again.
Rid of the sunglasses.
3 straight at bats.
He's indecisive as to whether he wants them or not.
Now, I'm a believer that he has to take a strike in this at bat.
Well, he isn't right now, Mike. We'll get a force play there. I would agree with you on that. I would agree with you that he
has to take a strike. Can't move the bat until the pitcher throws a strike. Can't move the bat on a 2-0 pitch. Can't move the bat on a 3-1 pitch. The only way you can win the game is if you tie it up first.
Just not a productive at bat, obviously, by Odubel there.
In a season where he's had so many good ones.
Yes. And it's not like he minds hitting with 2 strikes. That's not the pitch you really want to hit in that situation.
Phillies are down to their final out now. Cesar Hernandez will be the batter with the bases loaded. 9-4 Reds. And a fastball in there. It's 0-1.
So, now he takes a strike. The previous hitter needed to take a strike. Doesn't mean the pitcher won't throw a strike, but you have to give the pitcher a chance to walk the hitter.
Particularly since the first pitch was out of the strike zone.
Yeah, you check swing a 1-0 pitch and you're down 5 runs.
Popped foul. Strike 3 called. The ball game is over. The Phillies lose it 9-4. They win the series but lose the final game as the